Welcome, everyone. I hope you're excited for a fun day of the Demo Deck Tournament. I love these events. I think they're such a great way to start getting us introduced to the new cards. I will admit, I like when they're a bit more overpowered. Oh my god. I had my preview unmuted, so that's embarrassing. Let's see. As we're getting started here, I'm going to just be sort of hopping around from game to game. If you want a particular person, there are a bunch of streamers who are playing and streaming their experience. Kohlrabi, Gus the Bus, Argon, the Thaddeus are all streaming their perspectives. So I am just going to go from game to game and see what we can find. And let's see. I did say I'm going to try and find... Oh my god. So there's 473 players, it looks like. And I said I would go to one person first because he asked me not to. So here we go. This is Chef Breadstick on Moyo. He is one of my locals, and I commentated a match of his during the winter finals and said that I wish he lost because he was portraying his first love, Subash. He's not playing Axiom here. He's playing Moyo, which is one of his other pet decks. And he said, if you do commentary, please don't join a game of mine just to say that you want me to lose. So, I want Breadstick to lose. And there, that's for you. Moyo seems to be one of the weaker decks that people are speculating in the starter deck tournament. Again, these decks are just representations of what are just introductions to how the hero is going to play in the upcoming set. It is not a fully optimized meta deck. That does not mean that this Moyo deck is going to be the Moyo deck that people run. Soul, on the other hand, seems to be high performing, although not the highest performing. A lot of people seem to think that Tarun or Mats are the highest or are the strongest demo decks right now. Mats being able to get a lot of value once the landmarks are built up, and the lack of a lot of removal making it so it's easier for him to get set up. And then Tarun being able to go very aggressive with a lot of mana seeds and a lot of value through card draw as well. Soul is Foundry is a very strong mechanic coming into this next set. Soul is built around that more than Della is. In Standard, there's a lot of thought about whether Della or Soul or Bravos or Axiom is going to run Foundry better. And we only have one Foundry activation card in the Della deck, which is the out-of-faction Bravos Lookout, if I remember correctly. Whereas the Soul deck is more built around it with cards like Deep Cloud Instructor, Haven Trainer, and even a one-of Fab Lab unit, which is the out-of-faction from Axiom. In this game, we see Moyo off to a strong lead and also denying Soul a couple of quest counters already. This Haven Trainer won't get full value from the Flying Squirrel just because the Flying Squirrel costs 1 because of the Haven Trainer, and I doubt that there's another 1-cost card that Soul can follow up with. Although I could be wrong. I'd have to check. I think there's another Flying Squirrel in the deck list. So maybe, but I think Flying Squirrel is the only 1-drop off the top of my head. They did have a second Flying Squirrel. Still, that will be a 2-for-1 from Moyo, who's already 1 expedition ahead. And Moyo is supposed to be more of a late game hero. This is looking to be very good for Chef Breadstick, as much as I would like it not to. I'm just kidding. I do think that Ismir versus Soul is always kind of an interesting matchup. Ismir known for often wanting to finish last, although most decks in the game do. Ismir most of all, I would say. Excuse me. And Soul obviously wanting to finish first in order to get that Halua token out. But Ismir being the faction that has the access to the most removal, once you're fully face up on board, you're in a weird position where the Ismir player can then find out which way to best advance 1. And once you're an expedition ahead, you don't have to double advance anymore. In Altered, both players have to advance 7 times in order to win. But once you're 1 expedition ahead, once you've double advanced, or you have advanced 1 plus what your opponent had that day, you can just advance at parity with them and still win. It's one of the reasons Sigismar was always so strong. An early lead that they could then just focus on one lane or the other. We are seeing the Deep Space Instructor. I believe that's the Deep Cloud Instructor. Deep Cloud Instructor into the shell to draw a card. And then into the Fab Lab unit, because the shell is basically Ada Lovelace. I do like this play from Chef Breadstick. That hero expedition is pretty much already lost. So put the Harry Houdini Moth token in that expedition and then draw a card for essentially free, because you're not combating that expedition anyways. So Moyo, I did a little poll in competitive talks in the Discord, and people were wondering, I was wondering, what did people think was the strongest deck? Now, the most popular answer was, I'm not telling you until the tournament is over, which I did add because I didn't want people to think that I was trying to needle information from them if they didn't want to give it. But the 2 lowest represented were Nadir and Moyo, both with 1. Now, I think Nadir is the demo deck I played the most with, just because I think he's one of my favorite characters in the game currently. And I think he is incredibly difficult but fun to play. But you have to do a lot of effort to do small things compared to other heroes. So he's a tough deck to pilot. And in contact can be pretty difficult. If you get too far of a lead, then you're pretty much never in contact, and you only have the cable car station to fix that. Moyo, big spells means loss of early game tempo a lot of times, which can be very detrimental. Although Moyo does also have some of the best permanent removal, which helps him a bit into what is seen as one of the stronger decks in the format, Mats and Hive, one of the new Ortis heroes, or the new Ortis hero. So does give Moyo an interesting matchup into that hero specifically, which in this tournament you are thinking you might see a good amount of. I don't have any statistics. This is not an official broadcast or anything like that. The AWOL team normally works with Equinox for these types of tournaments. I think because of everything that was going on, that got pushed to the side. So I decided, hey, I'm going to just try and do some of my own commentary. And hopefully... a lot of the other commentators are currently playing. As I said earlier, I know Gus the Bus, Argon, Thaddeus, and Kohlrabi are all streaming on their various platforms. If you would like to see their point of view, you can check the content sharing channel in the Discord to find links to their pages and where they're streaming. At least they all had plans of streaming. I don't know if they are currently streaming. And not only was Moyo still able to advance, the Soul and Halua had to discard 2 cards from their reserve. And the Nephili, while very strong for 4 mana, 5/3/5, both of Moyo's expeditions have Mountain, which is Nephili's weak stat. So might be able to squeak a advance through Mountain, even though the water and forest stats are going very powerful. Soul is off of Gigantic, still only at 3 counters. So if they pass first, the 4th counter will not get them Gigantic. This game looks like it is all but closed up, I would say, for the Moyo. I don't want to count the Soul out completely, but it would definitely be a pretty strong come from behind victory. We don't know what cards are in hand. 4 plays, essentially, for each player, because 4 cards in hand, 4 cards in arsenal. Not always the case, because sometimes you can double play a card if it does not have fleeting and is a spell. The only one that really comes to mind is Sports Encounter, off the top of my head. Oh, and not getting any value off of the Bravos Cloudhog because no cards in reserve. So not only does that not sabotage, it does not get rid of card advantage, you also don't get any boost. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh, interesting that they went with on the hero side. They have a 4 mana spell. Shepherd Stick probably has a freeze or something. Freeze, and then freeze a character, then pop the spell. Yep. And that will spell the end of the game for our Soul and Chef Breadstick. Despite my powers as a commentator, I was not able to keep him down and keep him from winning his first game. Congratulations. Let's see what other game we can find. I didn't have any other plans aside from that. I knew that I wanted to do that one just because Breadstick told me not to. And I am my own man and don't have to listen to Breadstick. Vikman. Let's look at Vikman. Vikman here also on Moyo. It's important to note the pricing for this tournament is only for top of faction. So you have an interesting strategy of, do you want to play the best hero to try and get the best record? Or do you want to play a lesser played hero that you think you can perform well with? I'm not sure if Vikman is on... Vikman, normally a Bravos player, if I'm not mistaken. It decides to be on Moyo. Could just really vibe with Moyo. Might think Moyo is a strong contender in the demo deck tournament. Could think of Moyo as a strong counter to Mats. We'll see. Mats is fairly up this game already, or it could just be hoping that they will be able to perform well enough to get top of Izmir. And we see in Mats's landmarks we see the Mana Seed, we see the Ortis Carrier, and we see the Consulate. So basically, two 2/2/2s in value from the landmarks. Obviously, we're hoping for a Reunion, which is the 6 cost card that gives you, essentially, once you have 3 landmarks, it gives you 1 Ortis Recruit in each expedition, and then boosts 2 characters. It could be those 2 Ortis Recruits, or it could be 2 characters in the same expedition in order to build up against a wall of stats that a opponent is putting on one side. I personally, I like Mats as a even or odd build. So going from like 1, 3, 5 or 2, 4, 6. I think it's a bit. I think the demo deck having a mix of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. You're not always getting full value off of Mats's sacrifice ability. But again, these are demo decks. They are not representative of what the end game power of these heroes will be. They are more to introduce us to the themes and mechanics of a character. Winter Nova. This is the common Winter Nova, so we'll not be able to double up on any effect, which pretty much guarantees that Mats will still get 1 expedition advance this turn. Unless they choose target player sacrifices a character and Mats has no other character. Because we see there will be a max of 666. Yep. Vikman deciding to not try to contest the hero side, just shore up the companion. Good for now, although that will put Skaba, our Mats player, at match point. They will be next to each other and therefore only have to win 1 expedition, while Vikman will have to keep them from advancing at all for at least 2 days in order to win. So a fairly coming from a bit far back for our Moyo player. Still technically not out of the game yet, though. Has that Nilum, which is a key card in these decks, in this matchup. If the Moyo is not able to get an early Nilum, I do think that really shuts down the power of the deck. Just because you are generating 2/2 less each turn. And I would say that Angry Crowd is most likely getting rid of the Nilum, just to make it so Moyo has less board presence next turn. Yep. The Embassy is the new landmark, which does say resupply, exhaust a card in your reserve after you. Does let Moyo become a bit like a Kesha, as well as exhausting a card in their own reserve to activate the Nilum. So it works well when put with the Nilum Withered Tree, but by itself is just okay. It's still not nothing, but you're really using it to guarantee you get that 2/2 mana moth. Although Matt's, far away from being able to really build up their landmarks, since one was just destroyed by the Winter Nova. Interesting. Finding that the Winter Nova is most likely just too bulky to realistically play this turn. especially when you're first player. If you're second player on the day, you can have a better idea of making your opponent sacrifice something. Also, the opponent gets to choose what they sacrifice, and while that Ortis carrier is in play, they will have Mats will have an Ortis recruit that is an easy sack outlet. And we see Moyo having to go for defensive positioning. This Mochizuki Chiyomi, I probably got that wrong, but I hope I did okay. Being placed in the companion expedition to try and combat the 3/3/3 power. Again, the main game for Moyo right now is not to advance, it's to stop Mats from advancing. If they get any advancements, that will be great, but if they let Mats advance once, the game is over. So we'll see Moyo be more on the back foot, and Angry Crowd. Angry Crowd will give a Mana Seed if it targets what I'm assuming is the Monolith Rune Scribe. Will allow Moyo to float 3 mana and also get a Moth, so creating some offense on the Hero Expedition means that Mats is more likely to just target that Companion Expedition again, because they are at parity with stats there. And Mats being in water, which is Lewis Stevenson's weakest attribute, means that we might see another day. Yep. And a double advance. Okay, that worked out pretty well for our Moyo. Maybe I put Vikman out too soon. We'll also have the Mochizuki Chiyomi in reserve to be able to discard it for to reduce the cost of a spell by 1 if they so wish. Means that Winter Nova would cost 7 instead of 8, which can help with the with certain cost curves. Especially since Winter Nova, again, Winter Nova in the common, you have to choose 3 of the 4 options, and 2 of them are lackluster right now. Exhaust up to 2 cards in reserve. Our Mats player only has 1 card in reserve since they got to play first. Target player sacrifices a character, they will just sacrifice the Ortis recruit. And Invoke Mana Moths is great, and so is discard target permanent, but they don't do anything on the board right now. Ooh. Alright, but this is a rough hand for our Mats player. Because, let's see. Oh! This is interesting. The finisher. Aptly named. Discard target character, so they can discard the Lewis Steven and then have the Moth go on this side for a double advance. Wow. This is what some were saying. Moyo, they felt like, was a weaker hero overall, but has a pretty good matchup into Mats, and therefore might be able to perform pretty well throughout the day, if Mats is what you're expecting to see the most. Good game to both. Let's see where we are in terms of games, if we have much more. This tournament should be going by pretty quick overall. We're in the first. I see many of our matches already finished. One that's at 86, so let's check that out. Oh, this is an interesting matchup. Tarun versus Tarun. The Tarun mirror both of you get so many resources that the timing of when you give and get resources becomes incredibly important. You have to try to give mana seeds at the end of the opponent's turn so that they won't be able to use them and might have to sack down to 2 permanents at the end. But then that limits the amount of mana seeds you have yourself. It is a lot of back and forth, which I think makes some interesting gameplay. I think there's a good amount of decks in this game that have really interesting mirror matches. I think, to me, the one that's most interesting is the Nadir mirror. That might just be because I love Nadir so much, but being able to place markers on top of markers on top of markers really does mean that you get a lot of decision-making processes throughout the game that can affect both you and your opponent, and you're kind of playing a game of chicken of who will commit their markers first. This happens a bit as well with who in Tarun, with who will give gifts first. You obviously want to be using your hero power every turn, or else you're losing value. But you, by giving a gift and then receiving one, you are still giving value to your opponent. And then if they give you a gift second, you may not be able to utilize it. Only one play left for our bottom Tarun, Lampe Rouge 31. Could use up to 5 mana for it. And looks like it'll be 4. Is that the Naphtali then? What else costs 4? Yep, it is the Naphtali. Probably missaying that. Nephilim? The Son of Neos is interesting that they didn't pass first to create a mana seed. It is an extra boost for the Son of Neos. I guess they were just afraid of what they could do with that extra mana. Oh. Newton's Law will send the Argonomist. That will be a single advance for each player going into Arena. Our Lampe Rouge Naroon will not have their Son of Neos Gigantic for the Arena, while HOFR Kizhoshi will have Son of Neos. Not the rare Son of Neos. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that this was the common Son of Neos. I thought it was the rare. The rare gets a boost whenever you give a gift. The common does not. Although the Nephilim is pretty strong, and also starting with 2 mana seeds. And a card in hand. So most likely, I wouldn't be surprised to see Tarun not put into mana this turn, although they do have 7 mana worth of spells, of cards in their reserve. So they might still put into mana because they might have some high cost cards in hand. A Son of Neos would be a big opportunity here. Just because in Arena, Gigantic is incredibly powerful. Let me check. I'm going to double check the deck and see what removal Tarun has. It's just Newton's Law, which targets 3 base cost or less. So the Son of Neos will be safe from that. At this point, you're hoping that you're both drawing a card off of your gift, because it's the common Daughter of Yggdrasil. You're hoping that because you have 2 mana seeds, you might be able to use whatever card you draw better than your opponent can. Only 6 mana up, 3 mana in the reserve. So unless all three of those cards are 1-drops, which I don't believe is possible. I think there's only one 1-drop in the Tarun deck, and that is the Rabbit Farmer. Okay. Interesting. Da Pang, less stats overall than the Reika Agronomist, Newton's Law. But that sends to reserve. We'll just be able to play the card again, given the 3 mana seeds. That will be game for our for Lamproche, our lower, not our lower, our bottom Tarun. Because then we play Nephili and go 14, 13, 11, winning both Forest and Mountain, although losing the Water Triome. That is most likely going to be most of round 1. I will double check. Round 2 is not yet posted from what I can see, but we are fully finished, it seems. So maybe round 2 just getting processed. It looks like there's a couple games still being played. I'm going to take a quick moment to go to talk about some info. So what we saw in the Tarun deck, as you can see, there's a pretty... Oh, I forgot that there's the Burrowing Noosh as a 1-cost as well. Some of these lists are not completely accurate. I saw that the Mats deck was missing a rare. I believe this could be as well. Each deck is supposed to have, I think, 8 rares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't... Oh, 8. I think. But we have... Yeah, there's a rare Charitable Reika that is in the starter deck, which is not represented in this deck list, but this is mostly what the deck is. As you can see, there is a fair amount of higher cost cards in the Nephili, Depang, and then the Son of Neos. We're used to seeing cards that it's pretty rare outside of maybe Bravos. We see cards that cost more than 4 in the current meta. Again, this is a starter deck meta, so it's a bit it's not highest power. I wanted to mention this earlier. We had talked about Moyo being one of the weaker choices, but maybe better into Mats. That's because of the Angry Crowd. Angry Crowd can destroy anything. You do get a reward if you are targeting a base cost 2 or less card. Tag can also make the opponent sacrifice their highest cost permanent, as well as Winter Nova and Finisher, both being able to destroy permanents as well. So it has a bit more permanent removal than we see in other decks, therefore making it possibly a better play into what a good amount of people consider the top deck of Mats and Hive. You have a lot of low-cost characters that can give you some early board presence, but you're mainly trying to build out your landmarks. You can do this through Reka. Oh god, what's it called? The bureaucrat, Reka Investor, giving you a mana seed at the end of turn. The rare also giving you a body and 3/3/0 for 3 stats, or for 3 costs. That is pretty at rate stats. You're hoping to get to your reunion pretty quickly. Another interesting thing about this hero is if what is considered one of the other strongest decks is Tarun, who's one of their main gifts is giving you mana seeds. So they are helping you meet your 3 landmark condition of being able to start sacrificing and setting up your bigger landmarks. So it makes this an even better choice into Tarun, whereas a lot of people want to play Tarun right now anyways. I said earlier, the Ortis carriers feel weird to me. I wish that they were something else. I'd much rather go 0, 2, 4, 6, and then 8 for the Neos. Although I often find that the Neos is a bit more of a win more card or a final desperation card. There's a lot of times where you can't feel like you have the time to realistically play it. Nadir has a very interesting setup. Contact can be very powerful, but in this game you are often going 1 for 1. That is like the baseline of any day. You advance in one expedition, your opponent advances in one expedition. If you both advance in the opposite expedition, that means that you are no longer in contact, meaning turning off a lot of your abilities. That means you have to use cards like Cable Car Station, and this deck list shows that there's 3 Cable Car Stations that in common, but the deck online does have 1 rare, which allows you to draw instead of resupply when you play it. It does make for some great play patterns, especially when you have 2 Cable Car Stations out. You can play the Galatea into a expedition that is in contact and then move it out of contact, so it has 4/4/4 for 2 while losing defender, and then possibly putting your other area into contact. Nadir, when under the right circumstances, can be incredibly powerful, but feels a bit too reliant on Cable Car Station, and then also you and your opponent being within 1 expedition of each other to benefit off of Cable Car Station. If your opponent just decides to hard push 1 expedition and ignore the other, it'll be hard for you to ever be in contact with them. And then they just kind of... The deck can still do things when it's not in contact, but it loses a lot of its power. Della and Bolt, people are also we're pretty high on this deck. I think mainly because of 1 card. Well, 2 cards. Reka Fisherman, the 1/of Reka Fisherman is incredibly powerful. Draw a card and create 2 mana seeds. That's very good value. Although I think the card that this deck has been when people perform well with this deck, it's off the back of the Consortium. Being able to double tap it because of Della's ability to get 4 boosts on a character, and all of a sudden, that Ira Fair Attendee becomes a 1 mana 5/4/5, which doesn't seem pretty fair. But easy to remove. It can be done at quick action speed, so it makes it harder to sabotage. You can also set up boosts for a following turn if you're already winning. That being said, the deck can feel a bit clunky at times. A lot of your cards are activating from reserve, and you only have 1 Bravos Lookout in order to work as a Foundry. You can use Thomas Edison to eat a card in your reserve and then gain its reserve abilities, but that does still require them to be in reserve and open to sabotage, although that does get around exhausting from mats. I am going to check and see if round 2 has just started. So I'm going to look for if there's anybody in particular people would like to watch, let me know. I have no particular... You know what? We're going to look and see how Runefolk does when he is not on hostage. And I know he plays things other than hostage, but it's very easy to meme on him and hostage. And then, I know this was a while ago, but hello, Sanity! Runefolk playing Moyo. Not too surprising, I guess. Runefolk mainly known for playing Moyo and Waru, again, in that hostage or prison style. But also, is just a fan of Moyo in general. I believe has also played a good amount of Moyo Singleton, which does not revolve around the hostage game plan. 2 Nilums out is quite powerful. We did say earlier that Moyo does have access to a fair amount of permanent disruption. But it is a bit at the higher cost. Finisher and Winter Nova. Although Angry Crowd would get rid of one. I'd be very curious to see if... I'm assuming that this technological encounter was resupplied into off of the infirmary, which is the best place that's how you want to get it into your reserve. From hand, it costs 4, draws you a card, and creates a mana seed. So it's like a 3 mana magical training, kind of. That doesn't feel good. From reserve 2 mana, 1 mana magical training feels great. We love 1 mana magical training. It's one of the best cards in the game. It's the only thing that, Lyra and Izmir... Lyra and Izmir players salivate at the thought of a 1 mana magical training. I'm speaking as one myself. I play a lot of Fen. And God, every time I get to 1 mana magical training, it feels great. Noticeably, in Runefolk's reserve, we do have 2 of the Mochizuki Chiyomi. So able to reduce a spell by 2 if they discard both. That could be a Winter Nova. Could be Finisher. Those are the high-end things from hand. Winter Nova, not necessarily getting full value here. I guess you could sacrifice the Hextag Chaser, discard the Infirmary, then... you would get to freeze. I mean, you don't have to... The Infirmary's not great. It's mainly only there to interact when you have your Nilum out. And then, it feels... Exhaust a card in your reserve, get a 2/2 Mana Moth and 2/2 Mana Moth and after you. Feels pretty great. But when you only have one piece of the puzzle, feels pretty lackluster. So could have targeted the one technological encounter to try and trigger the 2 Nilums, but overall, not great Winter Nova value, if they even have it in hand. Winter Nova, you want to get max value out of, because it's 8 costs. It does spawn you a 2/2 Mana Moth in your Hero Expedition and draw you a card because of Moyo, but You want more than that. Okay. So we have the Disciple. This cooldown will activate the Mana Moth, so uh, I wouldn't be surprised if Runefolk puts one on the hero and one on the companion. Oh, wait. And is a 4 cost itself. So we'll put. Oh, really shoring up the hero side. I wonder what he's afraid of. There's no cost reduction, so I don't think Moyo will be able to play any 4 cost to get the Mana Moth. Yeah. Although the main 3 cost that would go over the Mana Moth in the Companion Expedition would be the Hextag Chaser. Would let them both advance because of the 0 in water from the Hextag Chaser. Oh, there is. Let's see if we see it in discard or in the graveyard. No, because there is also the Reika supporter, Reika fan. Oh, what is it called? The 3 mana 2/2/2. That creates a Mana Seed. Yeah, Winter Nova here, great value. You're stalling out your opponent's reserve, meaning any cards that they play are going to have to be will have to be discarded down at the end of the turn. Well, won't necessarily have to be discarded down, but will cause Petiflo to discard a card at end of turn, unless it has fleeting already. Okay, they will create a Mana Moth of their own. Four mana to play a 4 mana spell, like Tag or Freeze, would get rid of another Mana Moth, but while creating a Mana Moth as well. But that's 4 stats, and the Mana Moth created by Moya's ability has to go on the hero in the hero expedition. So won't really be getting. It won't really have the flexibility of being able to do anything there because of that limitation. Angry Crowd. Yeah, can destroy a moth to stall out the hero or the companion expedition so the game doesn't end today. Could play the common Studious Rookie using the Mana Seed in order to get advancement on this side, but nope. It looks like Runefolk will go 1 for 0 and now be at match point. Very close to winning. Now, if Petiflo has a card like their own Winter Nova, where they're able to get a lot of value off of it, that would be great. I think the struggle is, oh, tag. Oh, never mind. I was going to say the struggle would be Patiflo might want to play the Studious Rookie out before the Winter Nova if they had a Winter Nova, but that then would give Runefolk the ability to play a card out of reserve, which would which could hurt the value of the Winter Nova. Tag does destroy the Nilum before it's able to create a Mana Moth. Creates a Mana Moth off of Moyo's ability, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was discarded during the next turn in order to after you. Just let our top Moyo get a little more information to see how they can play around Runefolk advancing once this turn. Although 5 mana to 8, 6 to 9 if you include the Mana Seeds. I do think that the Mana Seeds are a very complex mechanic that I guess they're not a complex mechanic, but they're a mechanic that adds complexity to the game, because you can bank those Mana Seeds for future turns, or you can use them this turn. I compare them to Fenn's support abilities like Martingale and Ouroboros and Caster, where you have floating mana essentially that your opponent has to play around and think about. It's like, oh, I have 1 mana open, but I have the potential to be up to 3 mana. And so whatever answers you think I might have, grow by that. And just causes the opponent to think around more stuff and possibly put themselves into a worse position. Big mana play here. Freeze. I don't... Here, let me check and see. The game froze up. I just want to make sure. Yeah, that was on me, it looks like. All right. How, if anyone is watching, let me know how the stream bitrate is. I'm getting a warning that it might be too low, but I kind of just threw this together pretty quickly, so wanted there to be some sort of commentary for the tournament. All right, thank you. We have the GGs coming out from Patiflo. So seem to be conceding. Sports Encounter will give Runefolk a double advance at the end. All right, let's go. I would love to see a Nadir game. I'm kind of just clicking around. There's a lot of matches going on. And we haven't seen Della or Nadir yet. So I'm going to... The first one I find that's either of those, I will go into. Nadir, I think, also will be one of the less represented decks, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Mets, I'm seeing a lot of Troon, I'm seeing a lot of Soul. Okay. We have Nadir. Nadir with 2 cable car stations out, but only one of them has any stats on it. Seems now a lot of people will say that a lot of people seem to think that in contact means that your companion and their companion have to be touching, but currently the Nadir's companion and the Soul's hero expedition are in contact. They are in the same region. They don't have to be the same expedition type. So that does mean that Nadir can use this cable car station to move the companion expedition back into that mountain forest region, no longer be in contact and lose that defender, as well as have their hero expedition come into contact, so that the Urbex specialist will normalize its stats and have 3 all, being able to combat this 3 in forest from the Isabel Letham. Although any passing right now will cause, if they don't pass now, Soul will most likely get a gigantic Kahlua, which will add 2 to the board. And you can't really get the benefit. Oh, well, you could bring this to the arena by moving the companion the companion expedition out of contact, then playing the Urbex specialist in the companion expedition. You're now in mountain, so that 7 mountain would beat the 5. And that's just going to be game, most likely. Yeah. Oh, well, no. The Nadir will still have to battle the water stat. Needs 2 water. Oh, or just passes. Passes before, so the Halua cannot be created. See, there's a lot of decision-making moments in Nadir. A lot of skill expression. It's why it's one of my favorite decks. I still think, I'm not sure how it will do in the broader metagame once we get into standard. During the last demo deck tournament, Nadir was my most played deck, and it's the deck I had the most success with. Similar to this demo deck. But I am cautious of how well he will perform once we actually have the full card pool to choose from. And the full hero pool to choose from. We have a Della game here. With the Schlam on Della and Rafi-chan on Soul. We still got a fair bit in this game. We have this is gonna be a bit difficult for Della because they are overloading their reserve. Does get the double advance over a single advance on Rafi-chan's side. I would guess they might get rid of the vending bot and the daring porter if they are looking to sabotage the opponent's Cloud Hog, you can either just play the Bravo's Cloud Hog from reserve itself, or you can have Thomas Edison steal the Cloud Hog's ability. Either way, you get a sabotage and 2 boosts off of the opponent's Bravo's Cloud Hog. Soul does have a Fab Lab unit in play, which is a mini foundry. It'll activate the next character played in this expedition will have one of its from reserve abilities activated. Only one, so it's like a lot of the Foundry S cards we have in this set. It is not fully Foundry. So a Reika Fisherman would have to choose draw a card, or would have to choose create 2 mana seeds. If you activate 2 Fab Lab units, or a Fab Lab unit and a Deep Cloud Instructor, you would be able to choose each individual ability, but not one multiple times. Huh. Thomas Edison should have gotten 2 boosts there, I believe. Because it copies the Bravo's Cloud Hog ability. Sabotage, if you discard a character this way, I gain 2 boosts, otherwise I gain 1 boost. And it discarded the Cloud Hog. These are new cards, and while they have been playtested and everything like that, there will be bugs that come up, so I would assume this is just a bug. Although it could be some specific ruling that I am unaware of. How is everyone, we're hoping to have our Seeds of Unity product by now. It was pushed back a couple weeks. Official release is in 5 days. I'm really excited to get my hands on the product. I would be ecstatic to pull a serialized Nadir. It's not likely, but if it happened, I'd be very happy. What are you most looking forward to from Seeds of Unity? Is it one of the new heroes? Is it a innovation from the new set in one of the old heroes? And I guess in the new heroes, are you including Soul, Nadir, and Moyo, who are these sets' heroes, but not necessarily new? Wow, a big day of nothing. Cards were played, but nothing happened. I'd have to rewatch that, because the Soul player still had 3 mana up. Obviously, if they did not pass immediately with the Nephili, would not have gotten the Halua token. But still had 3 mana up to possibly play a card from hand that would win them an expedition. Maybe valuing the ability to, if that happened, they would go 1 for 1, and since the Soul is further back at this point, hoping to slow down the game and get value off of their gigantic Halua token. But it's an interesting play. Another Nephili. Pass immediately. And has that strong stat, is combating only in water on the companion side. So that 5 mountain Not going to mean as much. Oh, 2 mana for... Oh. So close to being able to get an expedition that will tie up this game at two expeditions away from winning for both players. Both players in contact, although not that it matters for either of these decks. I do think that the Lyra Hexarch, I don't think it's necessarily the most competitive, but I think it's the most fun, which does feel fitting for Lyra. Obviously, if you're able to play your opponent's Hunger or something and then completely reverse the game, or if you play Sakara Brew against them, any big ticket card would be great. But it's just fun. It's fun. It's a vibe. I'm very excited for that. I think it's the most fun Hexarch. I think Astrape is probably the strongest Hexarch, just because it feels the easiest to get online. And then Waynax, I think, is the coolest Hexarch, because it rewards you for having long rush chains, which is so much fun as Solon Halua. I have gotten up to 4, I think, in a single chain where you rush into rush into rush. And I think then being able to finish off with a 1-cost Waynax would feel great. Typical 1-for-1. Well, actually, no. This could be... Yeah, this will be game for... Oh, no. Is this going to be 1 mana away? Wow. Soul does put your opponent in an interesting position where they feel like they might have to pass earlier than they would normally want to in order to deny the 4/4/4 in stats that comes on the board as soon as you pass. Was able to use the consortium to start building up this vending bot, which will pair very well in this mono water expedition and on the companion side. So we could easily see that give another set of boosts to the vending bot. Also, both Flying Squirrel and Helpful Diver slightly weaker in their water stat. So, all right, we're gonna see. That's 1 rush chain. Oh. And that is time in the round. Unfortunately, once time in the round, whoever has the most time remaining in their time clock, which was Raffi-chan, had -36, as opposed to the Schlam having 137. That is rough, but in TCGs, you gotta be aware of the amount of time you have left and the amount of time you are taking to play the game. Other games, in BGA, the chess timer does help. Make sure that one player is not slow playing too much and then somehow gets awarded the win off of time rules. But it's, I don't know. It's never fun when a game goes to time, I find. I know in other TCGs, sometimes people will play to time. I believe that's like a pretty major issue in Pokemon. If I'm gonna lose, I'd rather lose playing the game. All right. Matches are beginning to pop up, but it just got paired, so Okay. I already know what the first match is going to be. We're starting from the beginning with my boy Nadir. Nadir versus Mats. Oh, maybe the Rika supporter isn't in the Moyo deck. It's only in the Mats deck. I've been trying to play each of the demo decks in order to get a feel for each of them going into this commentary, but they kind of sometimes blend together. And I'll be honest, there's been a lot of times where I thought, I could play this. I could play Mats, or I could just play Nadir again. Nadir's so much fun. Mountain Guide, nice. So, 1-for-1, getting to play the cable car station with no loss of tempo. It's the rare cable car, so it draws a card. Good position for our Nadir player. Now, Mats does, I believe, have access to Angry Crowd. Or then I know Moyo has Angry Crowd. I thought Mats might as well. Let me double check that. Yes, has one rare Angry Crowd. So could potentially destroy this cable car station with the rare Angry Crowd and create a mana seed in the landmarks. Because of that, this is another thing about contact in Nadir. One of my favorite ways to play Nadir is to stall the opponent out. So I think that putting the mountain token here in the starting companion is great when you have a mountain guide. But if you are able to advance on this side, you're further away from contact, turning off a lot of your cards in the process. Although, we could see if the Rika supporter is put into the Hero Expedition, our playing a 3-cost card, maybe Rika Investor. Yep. This is the other thing you can do is nice. That is a great start for Nadir. Still in contact on the Hero Expedition, but 2 expeditions ahead on the Companion. Does mean that if they want value off their contact cards, they will have to go into the Companion or into the Hero Expedition. Big ones right now are the Bouncer, which would sabotage. Also has a 4 in water, so great at defending that spot. And then Cheshire Cat, which has which would act as a hook and move a character over from one expedition to the other. It also has a spike stat in water. So what we could see is if the Rika Investor is placed into the Companion Expedition, which is a great place to play it, you're going offensive with your mountain stat and defensive with your forest stat. Now, what do you get rid of here with the Reka Barmaid? Pretty good. 2 mana by itself, it would tie the Adamant Receptionist while still leaving up 3 mana. What I was going to say is if the Reka Investor was played into the Companion Expedition and our Nadir had the Cheshire Cat, they could pull the Reika investor over to the Cheshire Cat lane, into the mono water lane, so that it gets no value off of its stats. It would still create a mana seed at dusk, but it would not be helping either offensively or defensively in any expedition. And although Cheshire Cat currently would stop, would have neither player advance, the Nadir could move back into the Water Mountain to make it so this mountain is being offensive, but they would have had to have done it before playing the Cheshire Cat. All right. So we're just going to see a single advance for our Nadir, double advance for Matt's. You are still one expedition up. So you're going to feel pretty... You'll probably feel pretty good about that. Being one expedition up also does make it easier to use your cable car station to get into contact. You're already in contact in one lane, in one expedition on the hero side. Lyra DJ, great card in the starter deck, and I think would also be great in standard as well. The rare, I am not sold on. I think the rare is heavy bait, but it's cool. But the Lyra DJ coming out for 4 mana in this hero expedition would be very powerful. And we see Matt's struggling to keep up, to really set up that landmark base. Now, Matt's does still have access to some powerful cards. So, yes, you want to build up those landmarks, but it's not like Matt's is useless if he never gets the reunion out. Great. That is... Yeah, might as well get rid of the Adamant Receptionist. It has one more water stat over the supporter. Both share the same mana cost. Neither have an ability from reserve, so no reason not to. Does also turn on Pinocchio. Weird way, I guess, for me to say that, but Pinocchio is now online because of the 1-0 stat from the bouncer, the 2-0 stats from itself, and putting it into this companion expedition is threatening to move back and take a advancement from water. One cost is really just Martingale and Mountain Guide, which we've already seen 2 Mountain Guides, so I doubt there's another. And this looks like it might just be another 2-0 advance for our Mats. So Matt's coming back. Normally, as a commentator, you are supposed to be pretty neutral, but this is not an official tournament, or this is an official tournament. This is not official commentary or anything like that, so I can do whatever I want. And I want Nadir to win. Although Matt's is also a cool hero. It's just, I feel like I'm more inclined to root for the underdog, especially when the underdog is one of my favorite heroes. I'm biased, what can I say? Only the water marker left. It's... Now, we don't know the hand of either player. So there could be cards like Pinocchio or Reika Barmaid that could really need the water to function well. But I feel like you'd hopefully want to save it. I mean, I sometimes like to if I can, save a marker for arena. And then say, all right, we're only fighting over one stat. Although I feel like most of the time you'd want that stat to be forest, because there's a good amount of forest spike. Okay. That's pretty good for Nadir this turn. Playing that rare Ortis Carrier gives up a lot of tempo. There's no mana seeds currently for the mats, so can't regain mana. Although the I would sabotage the Ortis Taurus. Yeah. See if you have a play now. And they do not. You could play the Bouncer in the Hero Expedition. It gives you a double advance. But then you're using a high cost or a high power character. The other option is to toss a one cost card from your hand, like a Martingale, play it, and then it just goes away. So that isn't, in terms of card advantage, that is not the most optimal play, but it does allow you to but if there's a card you feel like you're not going to play next turn where you would play the Bouncer, it can be helpful. And this, this is a pretty fair position for Nadir. Mats does not have their strongest permanent out, which is the Reunion. The Naos is overall their most powerful one, because it draws you a card and gets you 3 mana seeds every turn. Or is it 2? But the Reunion is the most important to their engine, their value throughout the game. And they don't have the ability to discard sacrifice a landmark to get it into play right now, because they only have 2 landmarks. So the Reunion would be 6 of their 8 mana and would net them 4/4/4 in stats. So that's heavily underrate. Landmarks overall are normally underrate because they stay over multiple turns. So you accrue more value the longer they are on the unanswered on the board. But Matt just doesn't have time to set up that Reunion, and any landmark that they do play would be a massive waste of time currently. So Matt's just using, or Nadir just using spike stats to force Mats into difficult situations. And we see the Matt saying GG, so that might be a win for this Nadir. Because Nadir currently advancing on water because of the 4 in water on the companion side. If the Nadir has a character that can then paint it pink. Okay. Would require 5 stats, or at least 3 stats, in water and forest to stop, which I don't think is possible at 2. You could get up to 2 and 3 with an Ortis Tourist, and that will be a win for Nadir. Woo! I was a bit surprised at the lack of people who picked Nadir for strongest deck. I guess because I worded it as the strongest deck and not it's just because Nadir didn't get like any votes for the strongest deck doesn't mean it's the weakest deck. It just means that most players agree that it's not the strongest. It could easily be like the third strongest, but everyone agrees it's the third strongest. Let's see. Because I feel like the Nadir has got some legs on it. I'm looking to see if there's another Della and Bolt game. And mostly what I'm seeing is Tarun and Mats. So I think in the next round, I'll just search for a Della and Bolt game. But for right now, let's watch this Tarun Mirror. Wow. 7 cards in hand for Kiyochiro. I bet Jealous is jealous of that many cards. Still able to advance at rate with Kiyochiro, and has a strong board presence to double advance this turn. 6 mana essentially for Kiyochiro. If they wish to use their mana seeds, has not used their ability yet this turn, so could so does still have the ability to get more. I do think some heroes in this game have, I think, pretty boring mirror matches. Sigismar is the one that comes to mind, just because it essentially just turns off your hero power. Because you have you're creating an Ortis recruit every turn but the first turn now. But so is your opponent in the exact same expedition. So it negates itself, although it does, there are moments where removal and stuff does count towards that, and does make your Ortis recruit important, but overall it doesn't. I think Tarun is a very interesting mirror match because you have to time out. I said this earlier, and if you've been here the entire time, you'll hear me repeat this, but you have to really plan out when and how you are giving out gifts. Now, we'll want to play at least, our Kiyochiro, bottom Tarun, will want to play at least one more card, I'm assuming, because if I had to guess, I would say Newton's Law, but they've tapped more than they need to for that. Because Newton's Law would get rid of the... no, they still advance on... Ooh, Soul Encounter. So Soul Encounter, all 4 boosts on the Flore, Fuming Gardener, will get it up to 7/7, which is able to beat the 7/6 of the Rabbit Farmer plus the Gigantic Son of Neos. So this will get a double advance for Kiyochiro. And although they will have to discard a card from their reserve at end of turn. If I had to guess, I would say probably the Soulful Encounter. But, Soulful Encounter can be very versatile where you put those boosts on. But it does require you to have enough characters in play to be able to put them in meaningful places. Whereas Rabbit Farmer, 1 mana after you, that most likely is going to be a 2/2/1. great stats. And then this charitable Reika can come in for free if you use your Tarun ability on it, because it will create a mana seed for each player, one in your landmark zone, one in the opponent's landmark zone. Then you use Tarun's ability to get a gift of a second mana seed. So you now have 2 mana seeds that you can use to refund the cost of charitable Reika. And it positions itself very nicely into this defensively and offensively into the Hero Expedition. Already committed the Rabbit Farmer in the Hero Expedition, so might try to sneak a win on water in the Companion Expedition. The most likely exhausting the mana seed. That is an interesting play. You exhaust the mana seed. A lot of times players have already planned out what they want to do with their turn, and they have like a backup or two. That mana seed was part of the calculations that Jealous had been making when they decided their turn. Now that mana seed is exhausted, it means if they play Son of Neos, that is their turn. And Son of Neos is very tempting. It's gonna be 8/6/8 stats when you include the gigantic, but it'll be easy to play around because Kaiochiro will have 6 mana essentially on board right now, because of the 4 mana and the 2 mana seeds, and that is without counting the fact that they can get 2 more off of the charitable Reika. Oh. Yep, it is going to be that Son of Neos. Now, you would want to make the opponent pass before you give them any mana seeds. So that way they can't use them. If there's a Soulful Encounter in hand again, that will be game. Or if there's any character with a water stat. Yep, Dapeng does. There will be 1 advance for Jealous off the water stat on the hero side, but not enough to win the game overall. GG's all around. Let's see what we still have going for us in round 2. Wait, no, we're in round 3. Where am I anymore? Who knows? This one's at 57%. So, looks like a lot of the other games are finished. I'm not sure. I didn't go searching for a crazy one. This has just had some time left in it. If we look at the timer, looks like we have about 6 minutes in time left. That's the amount of bank left over for Gyaki's Strike. Yes, Tarun is very scary. I also want to point out that the Tarun deck, as I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Let me double check before. Although the deck lists that they posted aren't fully accurate. Yeah, this this list is without Rare Daughter of Yggdrasil. And Rare Daughter of Yggdrasil is so powerful in Tarun. The ability, yes, you're giving your opponent a card, but you're getting 2 cards. So you're actually going up on card advantage because of it. And you're getting a 5/5/3. It's, you can't do it turn 1 because Tarun's ability isn't active turn 1, but it's going to be one of the strongest plays in a like aggressive Tarun deck. Haven Trainer not getting full value off of its ability because it's playing the card from hand and not reserve. We are seeing this soul be up 1 expedition and on soul encounter onto Son of Neos. If this is a marketing counter to respond with, though, then this will be a devastating response. Oh, nope. Just going 1 for 1. If I was Tarun, I'd pass right now. Stop that. I guess it doesn't matter either way. When Soul next passes first, the Halua is gigantic. So it doesn't really matter whether you pass first, but adding another card to this play wouldn't really help anything. The Soul has 1 mana with the Mana Seed floating to play a Flying Squirrel, but that's not going to do anything to the board. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Tarun, again, what we were talking about last game is the Charitable Reika. Charitable Reika essentially being free. You're giving your opponent 1 banked mana to play a free 3/0/3. It's a very, Tarun has some very powerful cards. This might be what makes me play more Muna. Although I gotta go with my boy Nadir first. It's funny, I think of myself as an Izmir player, but I rarely play Izmir anymore. That'll probably change with Sam and Spook in Roots of Corruption, but for now, I've mainly been playing Fen. I try and play a lot of everything just so I have an understanding of what different decks are trying to do. But if I'm going to try hard, my deck is going to be Fen. Fen or Sigismar, because Sigismar is just very easy to pilot. Now, we have some interesting possibilities. We could potentially end our turn this turn if we rush into Phileas Fogg. Don't necessarily think that's the greatest play. Soul will sometimes... I think Fen's strong in every set. Fen is... She was strong this set. And Fen is going to be powerful next set because Lyra Festival Fen is going to be very strong. Unless they do something about like counting sheep or change the wording of Lyra Festival. I like Lyra Festival. I much prefer what I call recursion Fen, which is, you know, Ouroboros, Caster, Hathor, Sleight of Hand, basically trying to recur spells like Magical Training and Requiem. I think that Fen is just value. Like, she gets she's a card advantage hero, like Traced, uh, who gets value every single turn, whereas Traced has to get online to get their value, and but then once they're online, has more control over their own what they're getting in card advantage. That extra resupply just allows you to opens up so many plays to you that you feel okay discarding 3 cards to a support ability because you know in the end you're still going to outvalue your opponent in card advantage. And has enough low cost cards, spells, and characters in order to after you until you see the entire board state and then play around it. I think Fen's incredible. In fact, the Nadir I've been playing mainly was modeled after a deck Rinku made for a only Skybound hero tournament, and it played a good amount like Fen, where it was trying to use a lot of magical training recursion, and then trap your opponent in an expedition by placing markers to stop them from advancing, and then you slowly advance. So that strategy would work in counter, would not work with the in contact base set of this, of Seeds of Unity. From the next set, no, not really. I think Fen will largely stay the same. Which is why I probably won't go back to her till like the middle of the season. Let me see. I could see the new Niala, Night Reveler coming in, and that's about it. You could play the Rika Hexarch, but I'm not sold on it. And Romantic Encounter could be fun, but as Fen, you're trying to play low-cost cards. So there's nothing that really... There's nothing that really draws me out for Fen next set, which is, I think, probably good design. You know, we want most of the cards in the next set to be supporting the new heroes or the new playstyles. Bravos is a bit more open with that, like with the Foundry stuff. But there's a good amount of Foundry stuff that is tied to Rush. So it is being more targeted at by Soul, but other heroes can use it as well. Pinocchio is instant include in Iraq for me. I don't think it could be used in Fen. I'm just not sure if it's worth the spot. So that is time in the round. It does seem like Jockey Strike, who is Soul, will get the win. They were in a pretty good position anyways, so it's not that much of an upset. But Pinocchio, I think, will be very good in Iraq and could be seen in some builds of Fen. Probably not the version of Fen that I build, though. Let's see. That should be round 4, and I believe we're having 6 rounds. Oh, 8 rounds. Wow. Woo! Whoo! So we still got a ways to go. I'd like to thank everyone who's joined me so far. I don't do a lot of live streams. I might be trying to pick that up a bit more, do some BGA gameplay with the next set. I was originally hoping to just be doing some commentary with the AWOL team, but they weren't doing a stream, commentary stream for this, so I decided, hey, I'll just throw my hat in. I don't know how many of them are still playing, but I do want to shout out Kohlrabi, Gus the Bus, Argon, and Thaddeus, who all said that they were streaming. So if you want to check out their particular um, points of view, you can watch them. Although I'm happy if you stay here with me as well. I would like to find a Della game. So that's what I'm going to start us off with, because we haven't gotten a chance to really see Della shine. The problem is, a lot of these, it doesn't show you who's playing what hero until you actually click on the game. So I kind of just have to go into each game until I find Adela, and there she is. Della versus Mats. As I said earlier, I think a lot of people were pretty high on Della early on, and I think that was they high rolled with a consortium once and were like, "Oh, you can do this every game." Yeah, I actually haven't looked too much at the what players are undefeated and stuff. I've kind of just been hopping from game to game. So I don't even know, like, this right here I think is table, it's like table 8, I think. It's in the top 9. So they should be highly ranked players right now. Although I'm not sure if it's undefeated. But as I was saying, they probably did a high roll with Della and the consortium and thought, this is busted, I can do this every game. And then you realize, oh no, Della really only can push a lot of stats when she has that. And when she doesn't have that, she can feel underrate. Although, hey, Consortium turn 2 into Rake of Fisherman on turn 3. That is going to be quite the play next turn. Shep Breadstick, how are you doing? You're 3-0, right? Is that what I saw? Are you going to feel bad if there's any undefeated Dellas that you betrayed your Axiom brethren? Let me see. So this should be the highest ranking Della, I believe. So let me see. And they are undefeated currently. So they are 3-0. I don't know if there are other undefeated Dellas, because they could be further on. The list is by points then alphabetical, so it's not like, that specific currently. And then this was the first Della game that I popped in on. So there could be other Dellas in undefeated tables. I just haven't seen them. We do see Matt's off to a 1 expedition lead. and has three landmarks out, which is pretty important. We'll be able to sacrifice either that consortium or the consulate for a reunion next turn if they have it in hand, and if they don't use this mana seed. When practicing with the demo decks, I did keep factoring in that Mats would have to sacrifice a landmark at end of night, because I'm like, oh, they have 3 landmarks, they're gonna have to sacrifice one. So that's gonna take some getting used to. The fact that nope, he's just able to have 3. Although I do think that they'll need to work on the sort of UI of the landmarks, because it is still like squishing the landmarks here. My guess is that Mats is just going to pass, say, great, you used your banked resources from the consortium. You have no mana seeds left over. You can double advance, but that will still only put you 1 advance ahead of me, because I have the lead, 1 expedition lead currently. And I'm gonna bank some counters, some boosts on my Reika Investor for the next turn, when you happen to be in the perfect biomes for it to challenge you, being the mountain forest and then the mono mountain. I will be curious to see, again, this is if they have the reunion in hand, whether they decide to blow up the consortium or the consulate. Consulate is giving you 1/1/1 in value each turn, whereas the consortium can get you 2/2/2, but it's a bit more of a conditional 2/2/2, since you need to have a character in reserve to get those boosts. And with the reunion, they might be moving more towards a token-centric game plan at this point. Although Mats will still be playing characters, just won't have to rely on them as heavily. And Della with a lot of I didn't realize they hadn't been demanding yet. I was gonna say, with 6 cards in hand, 5 makes a lot more sense, because they're down 1 in reserve. Yep, they did go for the consortium. We will see the reunion come out. And I wonder how many Neos we're going to see played this demo deck tournament. I think the Neos is often bait. It's 8 cost, it gets rid of your reunion, which is one of your most consistent cards. But it does draw... oh, excuse me. It does draw and then give you mana seeds to help extend your turns. But overall, I'm just not sure if it's worth it. And this will get rid of the consortium. That is pretty nice. Machine the Ice overstatted already because of its downside of immediately going to reserve and exhausting itself. But the consortium, as I said, I think is the main source of value in Della's deck. Della, as a hero, is really hoping to activate her permanents multiple times. So these permanents that her build arounds are very subject to removal. And I think that will translate over to standard. Now, the build that everyone was practicing was the Foundry before, when they were teasing that they might change the reverse the Foundry ruling, but they decided to keep it intact, so Foundry does not stack. But in that instance, you get rid of the Foundry, you're essentially getting rid of Della's ability as well. So, I do think that things like the common Grams going away is going to help Della a bit, although the rare Grams will eat almost any landmark she's trying to build around. Jean Assembly Overseer, pretty good stats for offensively, still going to let our Mats player advance on water, but Machine in the Ice has a pretty bad set of stats for the Companion Expedition, at least offensively. It has 3, which can block. Oh, wow. Deciding not to play the Rika Investor. That seems a bit odd to me. You know, the Rika Investor would have cost you 2 mana seeds, but then you would have gotten 1 at dusk. You're gonna have to discard a mana seed anyway. And it guarantees advancement, although Della decided to play the Consortium instead of using the Machine in the Ice to block an advancement. So Della could have gone 2 for 1 this day. Instead goes 1 for 2. And that ties back up the expeditions for Della and Mats. And Mats has access to Sabotage. I don't think we've seen it yet. Yeah, they have access to the Adamant Receptionist. Exhaust a permanent to Sabotage, which would be, you know, that Machine in the Ice is a prime target for. And also has access to removal. Cards like Angry Crowd. Now, Angry Crowd, the rare creates a mana seed in your landmark. The common creates a mana seed in your landmark. The rare costs 1 less, but only creates a mana seed if it's base cost 2 or less. We're used to having most of our removal prior to the set be based on hand cost. So it would create a mana seed off Machine in the Ice if it said hand cost. But because it says base cost, Machine in the Ice, when it has fleeting, will have a base cost of 3 and therefore not be able to create a mana seed off of rare Angry Crowd. Rika Investor in very good. Double Reunion. Wow. Okay. That. So, each of these reunions is now a free 4 in stats every turn. one of those stats, or two of those stats, have to be divided between the commander and the companion and the hero expeditions, because the Ordis recruits. But those boosts can go anywhere, so that also leaves 4 total boosts that can be placed on any number of units. The Reka Investor has very strong offensive stats on the companion side, being able to have 7 in Forest for helping Matt's advance, and 7 in Mountain to block Della. The 13-11-13 is going to be tough to overcome, though. You'd mainly want removal, which, again, is mainly that angry crowd. Or angry mob. What is it? I can't remember if there's another piece of removal in the deck, or at least on board. And so they look, Della's looking to just go 1 for 1, or at least shore up that expedition against possible removal. Where Matt's put these boosts will be very telling. If any are put on the, seems to be completely abandoning the hero expedition, so does not seem to have removal in any way. Reka Investor, very weak on the hero expedition. Only 4 in water. Water is its worst stat, and that is what you're fighting for. And also defending against from the opponent's side. Looking at Matz's, it is just Angry Crowd as removal, or at least board removal. We do have Adamant Receptionist to sabotage. So it looks like they're content just going 1 for 1. Della has used all of their backup boosts on this machine in the ice. Okay, I don't know why they put the vending machine out. Even if it's just to get into reserve, you're overflowing your reserve. You could have discarded the Bravos Outlook if you were that concerned about the ability. I guess just deciding to get rid of Jean Assembly Overseer? Plans to go a bit more defensive, because giving up the forest stat on Della's hero expedition, but can defend well against both of the expeditions of Matt's, and still be offensive on Mountain in their companion expedition. Now, is this going to be... Okay, never mind. I thought that we might see the Ordis Carrier upgrade to the rare Ordis Carrier, which would be 2 more. Again, I don't like the construction of the demo deck, having 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 as the mana curve for the landmarks. I think you should just always be +2. So you could go like 3, 5, 7 or something. Although I'm not sure if we have 7 cost permanents in Ordis. But obviously it seems like what they're trying to point you towards is 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Failed Demo is a good piece of removal, but uh, Mats at this point is going to be going wide, and it could remove. You would have to use Stella's ability on it, and then exhaust your Bravos Lookout. But it would get rid of this 7/7/4 in the Reika Investor. But that doesn't stop the 9 stats in landmark value that Mats already has. 4 from each of the reunions, and then 1 from the consulate. I think it's just time for Mats to sort of overtake this game. So while we had seen a undefeated Della, I'm not sure if they will stay this way. All right. Oh, wow. So we already have some of the matches, a fair amount of the matches ending. Looks like we have 17 undefeateds as of right now. That is not the full count after the... not all of the matches have finished. Like, this match will also have an undefeated. So we'll have to see. One of my locals is undefeated, it looks like. So I will be checking on them in the next round at some point. All right. I got distracted away from the game for a bit. I was checking up on things. Yeah, as I said, I feel like this game is kind of over. The Mats will eventually is just going to be outvaluing the opponent. They have 4 mana, so they can't get up to 4/7/7. So getting to 13 mountain means that they will likely have a win here, and 8 in water. There will still be 1 mana left over if Della goes the untapped consortium Bravos Lookout play. But that would either be an Orders Trooper, which is a 1/1/1, or the little creature, the Kakamori or something like that. Kikimora, which is 1 forest, and there's a rare that's 1 forest, 1 water. Yeah, you can get rid of the You can get rid of the Reika Investor, but that's still 6 water and 6 mountain. I guess you only need 2 stats to get over it. It's probably... I forgot that they still have the consulate. So you need 3 stats to get over in advance, 2 to stop, and Mary Curie will do just that. All right, we got ourselves a close game in the end, but I don't think Della has the steam. I'd be happy to be proven wrong, but I think you got to get rid of the Mary Curie, or you could get rid of the Bravos outlook. I'm not. Bravos outlook is a base 255 for 4. And so 332 for 2. You have 1 card in hand. I feel like the Bravos outlook would be better to get rid of overall, just because it makes it more likely that you are able to play both cards in your hand next turn. But that is kind of hoping that you draw into useful cards next turn. Whereas Bravos outlook by itself can pose a bit of a threat, but it means that you'll be face up sooner, right? And because Della is the first player, that means Matt's can hold back his permanent usage for a bit and better play around what Della is pushing forward. Are there any interesting matchups that we haven't seen yet? Obviously, the Nadir mirror. Oh, we haven't seen a Matt's mirror. That could be interesting. Although it might just be whoever gets their permanents up sooner. Oh, no, I think we did see a Matt's mirror at one point. I don't know. All the games running together. Yeah. Even if they get to the arena, Matt's is just gonna... Okay. So that's 12, 12, 12 in stats without spending any mana. If I'm Matt's, I feel like I just play into the stronger side. Yeah, that... Because I feel like I'm going to be able to overpower them no matter what. So... I want them to split there. Although, 3 of the stats from the 12, 12, 12 will have to go on the companion expedition. But... Interesting. They're already starting to commit this. I just don't see any reason to commit the reunions. You're not worried about removal. And the more you wait, the more information you have. I guess it is like a show of force. Okay. Yeah. We got the GGs coming out. I believe just the reunions alone can beat this. You put all your boosts on the Ordish recruits on the companion expedition, and then you tie that, and then you're winning on the Hero Expedition. And then you still have 4 mana to play something. Matt's does seem like once his value engine is on, you know, he feels very powerful. The problem is we already have decks in the format in standard that can do that, and then they just get eaten by hunger. So if hunger, I know Bravo's ramp and draw was nerfed or suspended rather, and no cards have been changed. But if the hunger is still prevalent at all, it'll keep Mats down pretty heavily, I feel like. That was our undefeated Della. That might be our only undefeated Della. I don't know. But it was the first Della I saw in like the top 10 matches. And I think what we've seen going to time each round is these Tarun and Benny mirrors. It's the first match I saw that is still ongoing. All right. We got to see the end of that. I was going to say the only thing at the very end that could have helped was, I think, Newton's Law. But then the bottom Tarun still would have had the opportunity to potentially would have, I think, 2 mana seeds to potentially play another character. Oh, and that is on to game 5. Breadstick, I'm gonna be checking out Infinite because it looks like he's undefeated. This match. So waiting for that game to start loading. Error loading the game. That means that that both players have not joined the game yet. I will go back to that one, but I'll look for another game in the meantime. All right, here we go. This will be Moyo versus Tarun. Moyo, considered one of the weaker decks in the tournament by the community overall, does have good removal, but the focus on higher cost cards does mean is pretty weak in the early game tempo race. Infinite is a local of mine. but you might have seen him on in some tournaments or on the Discord. He was a top 8 finalist for both of the North American WCQs last year. One where he played Afanis right before Afanis was nerfed, and then one where he abandoned his morals, played Sigismar after the Afanis nerf. He's been mainly an Izmir player. So this seems a return to his roots as an Izmir player. I know he's excited for Moyo, as is Chef Breadstick, although Chef Breadstick mainly a Axiom player at heart, but does side off into Izmir and Moyo every once in a while. This, and I will say, Infinite. Yes, Chili. I play Sigismar from time to time, but the irony is that Infinite would make fun of me whenever he would tease me whenever I would play Sigismar and be like, "Oh wow, you're abandoning your morals." And so then when he did it, I made sure to throw it back in his face. Yes, Ortis gets a lot of hate. But, hey, Ortis players are people too. How you doing today, Chili? I want to note a quick thing about Sports Encounter. I saw some people thinking that Sports Encounter is better than it is in Moyo. Not to say that's not good, but Sports Encounter, when you play it from reserve, costs 4 mana, so it does trigger Moyo, but you have to resolve Sports Encounter's ability before you can get the token. So you can't spawn the token and then put the 2 counters on it. You need to have something in play to already put the tokens on, to already put the boosts on, and then on top of that you get 2/2/2. Tarun going pretty aggressive. 2 expeditions ahead of the Moyo, but just had to discard 2 cards from their reserve, so losing a bit on the resource game. And Moyo will try to eat you alive in the resource game. That is one of Izmir's sort of game plans, is to force you to overcommit cards from your hand by freezing your reserve. Although, double Nilum. I do think exhausting the Eru is the correct play here, because, I mean, it depends on what Infinite's hand is, but the Charitable Reika does give you a mana seed with the potential to play another 2-cost spell, which could be important to this game state. Infinite worried about not advancing this turn, knowing that the Charitable Reika would beat only 1 Mana Moth in the Companion Expedition, although both would advance. So decides to trade 1 for 1 instead of possibly a 2 for 1 on the Tarun side. Just trying to really get set up. Now that both Nilums are in play, Moyo in a much better position. Izmir's a pretty slow. Afanis, I feel like, skewed people's vision of Izmir, because Afanis could be very fast, but Izmir overall very slow decks. needs to set up a bit, and now that 2 Nilums are in play, that is where Moyo is hoping to be. There's other landmarks. There's a 3rd Nilum in the deck. There's 2 embassies, or maybe just 1 embassy. Most likely those will go to mana. I have to check and see if there is any removal for the Tarun. There's Newton's Law, but I think that's just character. Yeah, so there is no removal from Tarun's side. So these Nilums will be active throughout the entire rest of the game. Studious Rookie, a great target for Sports Encounter. Although what I would assume, oh excuse me, Infinite is queuing up is maybe a freeze if they have it in hand. Freeze the Reka Gardener, or they could also do the Eru, but the cooldown of the freeze would activate both Nilum trees as well as the 4 cost of the freeze. Oh wow, a 3rd Nilum. They're going to target their own Sports Encounter to create 3 moths. Oh, that hurts. Oh wow, not able to do anything with a 3 mana for Tarun. That helps a lot. No double advance because the Studious Disciples spike in water does not help offensively on the mono forest region. I'm a bit surprised that the Tarun didn't have the ability to pop these 2 mana seeds for a 3 cost character. That really would have hurt Infinite. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down, Chili. I always love doing that sort of stuff. And that is the 3rd Nilum had to be sacrificed because unlike Mats and Gretel, not everyone has 3 landmarks. 1 card in hand. There's Hextag Chaser, which would that's pretty good. That will cause that both players to go 1 for 1 on board. Oh wow, this is Son of Neos. This is going to be a 1 for 0. Oh no, it's a rare Son of Neos. Still 1 for 0, but that does give Moyo the ability to draw an out. 2 cost need. Yep. Tarun, 2 expeditions up at the end of this. Oh wow. Ooh, go. Oh, yep. That will push it up to a 2 for 0 because the gift from the Reka Gatherer. Create a mana seed in each player's expeditions. Whenever you give a gift, whenever you make a gift, I gain 1 boost. This is going to be rough. This is this is currently Infinite is currently undefeated on Moyo. I mentioned this earlier, but the prizing for this tournament is slightly different. It's not really about first place. It's about top of faction. The top of each faction will get pricing. So even if Infinite were to lose here. Not say, he still has a chance in this game. He's down quite a bit, but Moyo can come back from this sort of stuff. But it's gonna be tough. Does not mean that he is out of prize contention. I don't know what the rankings of other heroes are currently. Saw a lot of Mats and Tarun seem to be the heavy favorites of players currently. So those would be the most competitive spots. A good amount of Soul as well. A bit more Moyo than I expected. But I don't know how well all of them are performing. And so Infinite's weakest. Okay, interesting that Karmic Koala decides to put the Rabbit Farmer on the hero side, which is Moyo's strong side. Moyo's Moth has to be placed in the hero expedition. And so it is more likely to be able to push harder on the companion side if they just full pushed there. They have, a 3 expedition lead right now. I probably would have gone with that, but I'm not the one playing, and I don't know their hand. Maybe they feel this gives them a better chance of winning. 2 after use support abilities in reserve for Moyo. So could tag at 7 is... Oh, interesting that they broke this sports encounter first. Tag at 7 really doesn't let you do a lot. It does let you draw a card off the ability, but that's not what you're hoping for. I feel like sports encounter had more use cases as opposed to tag, which at this point was essentially just an after you. We do need to see a card with cooldown. Oh, Finisher. Finisher will be great. Just discard a permanent, a character. I guess. Oh, goes for the Charitable Reika. Interesting. Draw a card. Interesting that they went for the Charitable Reika. It is presenting more stats at the moment. If this is a card that can give a gift in hand, the Rabbit Farmer has slightly better stats because it's a 3/3 in the stats that matter as opposed to a 3/0. But gets paid off. Does not have the gift to... Oh, and it looks like no cooldown piece, no freeze. That will be game for the Tarun. But GG's all around. Let's see. What else do we have going on right now? Oh my god. I was going to click on Thaddeus to give him some support. But it's another Tarun versus Tarun mirror. And we've seen so many of those. Maybe it looks like Tarun might be the most played deck. this in the demo deck tournament. I don't have those stats. Just based off what I'm clicking through, I've seen a Tarun in every match. Although I am clicking at the top table, so maybe it's just the highest performing. Yeah, lots of Tarun, lots of mats. A little bit of Soul in there as well. Okay, we'll just go with this. It's still Tarun, but Tarun versus Soul. Soul starting off, Tarun can be very aggressive. Soul, people, I think, see Soul as a more aggressive deck than she is. She has to build up. The earliest turn she can get her Halua is turn 3, and that's pretty unlikely. She's aggressive in the fact that she plays a lot of cards quickly, but she's not just like full on aggression. I would say that's more like Kojo. Nephili. Now it seems like they might not be passing. Nephili is a very interesting card in this mirror because it can stop the opponent from getting value off their Halua. Although Soul has a card to rush out Nephili. Would just need a 2-cost card in the middle to help chain the rush. Oh, nice. All right, we're definitely watching that next round. Thank you, Breadstick. Hell yeah, I love Nadir. I'm worried that he'll still be underperforming this season, but I'm still excited to try him out. I think Nadir is such an interesting hero. So that means that we have an undefeated currently. Do we have an undefeated Moyo? Because there's enough Taruns, Matses, and Souls in like top of field that we have to have an undefeated one for each of these at the end of the thing. Moyo is the only other one I'd be concerned about not being undefeated anymore. Well, Breadstick, now how can I ever trust you again? I'll never trust again, ever. You Lurker, thank you for showing up for the Nadirs though. Hey, you're still top, it's most likely top of faction right now. We have a number of rounds to go. But hey, I'm proud of you. And isn't that what's important? Okay. So we have the chance to do a full... oh, yes. There we go. That is a good chain right there. Into the Nephili. Or if we have a 2-cost card we could do Helpful Diver into the 2-cost card. But Nephili seems like the good stopping point for this. I'm really surprised they put the Deep Cloud Instructor. I guess defensively, they put the Deep Cloud Instructor on the companion side to stop the Mono Mountain Expedition. Oh, this is not a rush. Never mind. That's my bad. Huh. Now, Newton's Law will be able to target this Bravo's Cloudhog because it does not have fleeting. A lot of these cards now use base cost, which means the reserve cost goes into effect while the character has fleeting. So this is still 2 in terms of Newton's Law. Yeah, the Nephili, only 1 card left for Tarun. The Nephili is very tempting here, but 5 mana could mean that it's a like Son of Neos. Well, we have not seen a Son of Neos yet. Wow, decides not to rush out. Really just wants to see what that last card is. And it is the Son of Neos. And this... Ooh, 1 mana off the Nephili. Marketing counter will... Or Catch of the Day. Catch of the Day. Will get the single advance for our Soul player. Because they will not spawn Halua. If you have a Haven Trainer in hand, so we know that the card in reserve and the card in hand are both Son of Neos, which could both be played out next turn if they mana into mana and then use this Mana Seed. When I see Catch of the Day and Bravo's Cloudhog out like this, I am seeing Haven Trainer. Haven Trainer, I would be shocked if Haven Trainer was not in that hand. You rush out the Cloudhog, sabotage the Son of Neos. If you have both Haven Trainers, then you untap with Mana Seed, other Haven Trainer, then Catch of the Day, the Son of Neos, although they'd just be able to replay it. This is a close game. Tarun is like the Muna aggro deck, which, it seems weird to think of the Muna as having this aggressive deck. But that is rare Son of Neos. Now the question is this card in their hand the other common Son of Neos, or did they put that into mana? My guess is that they. I wouldn't be surprised if they put it into mana because they already had a common Son of Neos in reserve. Although with the Bravo's Cloudhog face up, maybe they wanted to do this. They might have another catch of the day. If this is common Son of Neos, then catch of the day would win this for the soul. But I think that's the only thing. Yep, there it is. And that is a soul beating Tarun, coming back. You know, that is one of the issues with Tarun. You give your opponent a lot of value. You get a lot of value yourself, but you're also giving your opponent value. And once we get into the standard, more competitive versions of these decks, we're really going to see how much pilot difference makes in Tarun, as opposed to the other aggressive decks we've seen, like Kojo or Sigismar. Not that piloting those decks takes no skill at all. No, it does. It does. They're a bit more streamlined. They're a bit easier. Tarun has a level of complexity to her level of aggression. We are still in... have a little bit to go in... Nope. Round 5. The games that I'm seeing, we have a game shocking no one, I feel like, at this point. Tarun versus Tarun has been the slowest games of all. Oh, and we just saw Thaddeus lose for his first time. If you are looking, I'm going to mention this again. Thaddeus is a player who is streaming their point of view on Twitch, I believe. Check out the content sharing channel. I believe they posted in there if you want to see their point of view throughout this tournament. They've been doing very well. I believe they are now 4-1 on Tarun. Cole, Gus the Bus, and Argon were also all planning on streaming. I'm not sure if they did. I don't know what their records are. I'm going to look that up right now. Let's see. Gus the Bus looks to be 3-2, unless his match is not ended yet. And Kohlrabi seems to be at 1-4, unless his match has not finished yet. So don't worry, we got Cole out there helping us bring the win rate of Tarun down. That was mean. I'm sorry, Cole. I didn't mean it. You're great. Oh, it's just so easy to... You're just like a lightning rod for the community to make fun of. But we appreciate you as well. The thing is, he's not watching this. He's not hearing this. Are there any games still going on? Okay. We have a Tarun and Soul. The time's going to be called pretty much at any minute now. With Christopher heavy in the time lead, 6 minutes of time on top of Adeline. And the fact that so many people are joining to watch seems to suggest that this is one of the only games still going on right now. And Soul in a pretty good position. One card in hand for Tarun. It could be that Son of Neos. Ah, Daughter of Yggdrasil. So we'll be able to draw another card. So it does look like this will probably just be a 1-for-1, unless that card is unplayable for Tarun. Which there are a fair amount of cards that cost 4 or more in Tarun. But does have the 3 cost. We already see a couple of them. Dapeng in discard. Son of Neos and Nephili being the other ones that cost more than 4. Or cost 4 or more. And Tarun just struggling with the card advantage game at this point. Will want to put a card into mana. Because that's not going to be 2 1 costs in their hand. I believe their only 1 cost is Rabbit Farmer. And there's only 1 rare Rabbit Farmer in there. And you want to try and be able to play out all your cards this turn. Daughter of Yggdrasil looks primed for that companion expedition, offensively and defensively. Since both expeditions are in contact with their matching expedition, it's a lot easier to all your cards offensive are working both offensively and defensively. It's either a rush into Cloudhog. Yep. Cloudhog going into that hero expedition, I'm assuming, just because of that spike water stat. Oh, and never mind. Tarun did make a good play. Decide not to mana, knowing that the Cloudhog, whatever card they played from their reserve, the other one would most likely get sabotaged. So did need to keep the 2 cards in hand in order to still have plays to make throughout the day. And one of them is the rare Rabbit Farmer. The awkward thing right now is Tarun could pass and then take them to Arena. Because Tarun is winning on Christopher, or Tarun is winning on the companion side. And if they pass first, Halua will not be played. They most likely have, if they are going to play, I was going to say if they are going to play, they have the card in hand to be able to beat Halua anyways, but might as well just pass now, save the card in hand, unless it has a from reserve ability that would be helpful, which I don't really think. The only card I could see them playing would be the, what's it called? The 3 mana time is called, and Christopher ends up winning. That is a bit of a shame given that they were going to Arena, but you gotta watch out for time, you know. That is a major factor in these tournaments. And that means we will be going to round 6. Let's see. Let's look at Maladrin. That's our undefeated Della. And then we don't know if we have an undefeated Moyo. Let's see. And of course, Maladrins is the one that I want to watch. And it's the one that has yet to start. Wow, there's a lot of Tarun at the top tables. I'm not too surprised. I thought the Tarun deck was very good, but then I heard a lot of people talking about the Mats deck. And there's a fair amount of Mats at the top tables as well. But as of now, we have 14 undefeated players. So it should be the top 7 tables. Yep. And in our top 7 tables, we have Tarun and Mats, Mats and Soul, Mats and Tarun, Mats and Tarun. Wait, I may have just said that one twice. Tarun and Tarun. Mats and Tarun. And Mats and Tarun. I think I said one of the Mats and Taruns too much. But so we have one undefeated soul, it looks like. I can't see the this game is the Della game is still loading. If you want to. Okay, so we have one soul who's undefeated, I think. One Della who's undefeated. And then 4 Mats who are undefeated. And then 8 Taruns, I believe. That's just like a quick count. I might be slightly off, but I believe it's 8 Tarun, 4 Mats, 1 Della, and 1 Soul. Unfortunately, no Nadir or Moyo undefeated at this point. Just based off what I was able to click through very quickly. But I'm not cross-referencing anything, so I may be wrong. Rare Reka Investor. Good start. Gets a Mana Seed, which is important. Strong stats, and it leaves a 1/1/1 body behind. Oh, excuse me. Fending Bot, also good start. You want to get into reserve so that you can start resupplying. You really want to find that Consortium. That's going to be the way Della wins. Unfortunately, Mats does have removal for it in the angry crowd, and then also can sabotage the target with Adamant Receptionist. So I would say Mats is favored in this matchup, unless Della high rolls. And this is a good start for Della, the vending machine being the vending bot able to be used defensively and offensively in the companion expedition. It's for a stat not mattering, and putting Mats into a place where any water stat will currently give Della a double advance. Now, I'm not sure if I agree with that play. I probably would have gone for the double advance, but there is 2 mana left theoretically for the mats, and that Tesla didn't do anything that other than get it into reserve so that its ability can be used. But I think that Tesla would have been better suited in the hero expedition. But Malandrins is undefeated with the Stella deck. I could be mistaken. I have probably not played with this deck as much as they have, and there's probably something that I'm missing, or something that they were playing around. Probably it could have been playing around the Ortis Tourist, which would not have gotten the boost because there wouldn't have been anything in the landmark zone, but would have been able to double advance. It still would have been a 2-for-1. Huh. Anyway, the moment's passed. Adamant Receptionist, very good. If you're not planning on using these mana seeds, and you don't want to necessarily use them, you want to build them up. You want that mana seed. You want those 3 landmarks. So, you can just get rid of the Machine in the Ice. Machine in the Ice does cost 1 more than Nikola Tesla, but Tesla currently not getting any boost because there is no exhausted permanent or exhausted card in reserve. That could change. The permanent that we could see come into play would be the Consortium, but then if the Consortium is played, the Tesla would not be able to be played. The other one is the Axiom Exhibition, I believe, that costs 2 and could boost the Tesla. Three mana. What is Della hoping to play? And if I will just say, if the undefeated Della loses after I'm watching them, that means I'm the problem. I went to an undefeated Moyo, caused them to lose. It's the caster curse. So we'll see if it affects the Stella. Going at parity so far, that Consortium is very good. Failed demo is fine. Mats doesn't really care too much, I feel like. Again, Mats is really just trying to build up those landmarks. It does now have 3 landmarks, so can sacrifice that consulate next turn for the reunion if they have it. Just gonna bump up that vending bot. And failed demo can only target characters, right? Not permanents. Yes. Interesting. That they... Oh, wow. Able to get the advance off the consulate recruit. Set up the Ortis carrier so that they'll have recruit next turn. I'm not huge on the Ortis carrier in this deck. They can upgrade it to the rare Ortis carrier, which puts 1 in each expedition if they don't have the reunion. But ideally, you're looking to get 3 reunions out, or 2 reunions and a Naos. So but the Consortium is a very big draw for the Della. Able to give a character 4 boosts, essentially, if that's in reserve. And so that Machine in the Ice can come in for 959. Very, very powerful. Although easily sabotaged. It does look like they're activating mats. We will get that reunion out, that first reunion. That is now, with the 3 landmarks, a free 4/4/4 every turn. 1 recruit in the companion expedition, 1 in the hero expedition, and then 2 boosts that can go anywhere you want. Theoretically, the minimum value would be they go on each of those recruits that you're making, but if you want to load up one side, you can. So, versatile. Wow. Double consortium. Okay. If these stick around, again, the only removal I think that they have to get rid of them is the Angry Mob, which could be played currently. The Mana Seed into Angry Mob, get another Mana Seed. Or you could just play the rare and not get a Mana Seed. But Della might be able to start overpowering this game if these consortiums stick around. Only has the ability to play 1 more character, but will also save up boosts for their next turn where they can play a character. My guess is that they're playing the Machine in the Ice this turn, because if they play the Daring Porter, the Exhausted Resupply would cause them to discard a card from their reserve. The Failed Demo is not a huge pull right now. Most of... As we get later into the game, most of Matt's stats are going to be on... from going wide and boosting up those recruits. Not to say that's useless, because it can target things like Lewis Sullivan, who can also get boosts on them. But it won't be the priority. Alright. Looks like they're... and we're at parity right now. So, no player is ahead on board fully. Those 2 stats, I assume, are just going to go over onto the hero side. Potentially, it's still 3 more stats in Forest to tie, but only 2 more in Mountain in order to get a advance. You already have 1 of your reunions out, so you could use this Mana Seed for the 3 mana to play another, like, Lewis Sullivan. Could be a card, draw a card, and it gets you a 2-for-1. Puts you almost kissing. Or the Ortis Taurus does that as well, without getting rid of the Mana Seed. And Della will be able to get a lot of stats out next turn, but she has to defend both sides currently, because Mats is 1 away, is at match point. And Della can only boost in their reserve, so through the consortium. And the Daring Porter will Exhausted Resupply, which means if they Exhausted Resupply, 1, it has to hit a character. 2, it has to... Then it has to eat up Della's ability because to unexhaust it. Which means 2 less boost from a consortium. So a rough position for Della right now. Interesting. Oh, that's rough. Wow. Okay, I think this is a bit greedy by the Mats, but they're in a position where they can be greedy. Uh, me blocking off one of the expeditions from being able to advance at all means that Della can't win this turn. The Naos on enters basically celebration days one of the um expeditions. Uh, but so this means they will both be at match point, but Mats will start off with an extra card and 2 mana seeds. And also an Ortis recruit in the Hero Expedition, because they're going to sacrifice the lectern at the end of night or during cleanup. I do think that given the Della was unable to hit a character off the top, Mats might have been able to win this turn. But the Naos leaves you in a good position that you for the next turn. And even if you lose the next, even if you both advance one next turn, you have the you're positioned well into the arena. And you can't really play any of your cards. You can't. One of the great things about the consortium is that it can bank stats for the next turn. If there's a character in reserve, you could just boost that character up a bunch. Like, hey, I can't play it next turn, but I could play it. But I could play it next turn. This just doesn't. Okay, so they want 2 characters in the reserve. Just played Aljian to get more consortium boosts. But because there's no character in reserve, the consortium was basically useless. You couldn't bank points for the next turn. Do I think the bark of Naos would make a good tree? Or would make a good boat? Yes, probably. Although I've heard rumblings that the Reika are not properly treating the Naos, and so I'm not sure how the bark, if the bark is affected by that. But who knows? That is one of the things about like already knowing what the next set is, because the game found is happening so soon. We did have part of the story spoiled for us. Like we know that the Reika screw up the tree. Gus, how'd you do? I saw that you were 3-1, I think, last time I checked in. What were you playing? And you see, this is where Astrape would go crazy. You play a 6 mana, get 3 mana seeds. You a 6 mana 8/8/8, then refresh 5 mana. But I was kind of hoping that in the demo decks there'd be one of each exalted, so that you could sort of play with it and see how it felt. But I do think that might have made the games a bit too high rolly. Would it be whoever just drew their one of exalted would be the best? But I think it would have. These are 4 fun tournaments. The demo decks are fun to teach us to introduce us to the new set. So I think it could have been an interesting thing for them to do. I understand why they didn't, but maybe something for next time. Okay, we have 2 cards in hand, 8 mana floating, technically, for Mats. They are just playing after you, after you, seeing how much they can stall before committing their where they're putting their reunion stats, as well as their probably higher cost cards in hand. I think my guess, if I had to guess what the final card in Matt's hand is, I think it's another reunion. And I think they're going to tap the 2 mana seeds to get back up to 6 mana and play the reunion. Although that's just pure speculation on my part. Okay. Would a reunion even be able to win here? No, because it'd be... Is this Angry Crowd? Because another reunion would only get this companion expedition up to 888. The deck lists in the article are not fully, Angry Crowd wins it. So that is our undefeated Della getting caster cursed and becoming defeated. The deck lists in the article are not fully accurate. So like I'm actually... If we look at the Matt's deck, it shows that there's 3 common Kikimora, but we just saw a rare Kikimora on that Matt's board. So I don't know what the discrepancies really are between them. But the deck lists don't seem to be the final deck lists that were submitted for the demo deck tournament. Let's see. A lot of matches have already finished. Let's take a look at Treemeister. Oh, never mind. It's another Tarun mirror. Oh my god. The last 3 games I've all clicked on have been Tarun mirrors. Alright. Here we go. Save us. Oh no. I was just about to watch your game, you lurker. And then I saw in the chat, you got this. Looks like a pretty close game, though. Alright, let's just go to... Soul and Mats. I was literally like about to switch over to it, and then I saw the chat. Wow. Okay, Neos out for Ricky, our Mats player here, but no reunion. No, they must have gotten rid of a reunion. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say there's no way they hard cast this Neos. I don't think the Naos is worth getting rid of a reunion. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong, but the Naos to me seems like you only do it if you have at least one other reunion, and then if you have two reunions, you might discard one to the Naos. But even then, uh, Soul just going all in on one side. Now there is 9 mana essentially for the mats, 2 unknown cards in hand, 1 Ortis Recruit still from the consulate to be summoned. So is threatening 3/4/4 on the companion side for 2 mana with 2 cards still in hand. Um, the catch of the day. Huh. Interesting. I guess it just like makes them waste 2 mana, but they have 7 mana with the mana seeds, and you're not threatening. You're not threatening advance on the hero side. You are stalling them out on the hero side of Soul if you get your Halua token, which you're going to get your Halua token because there's no way that they pass right now, because that would just it wouldn't lose them the game. Actually, if they pass right now, oh no, if they pass right now, they lose. I forgot. Soul is the one who's 2 ahead, or is 1 ahead. But Soul is perfectly matched by that Adamant Receptionist. Now they're not advancing on the hero side, so currently they're not advancing on either side. But one stat. I guess this is actually better than I thought. They need 3, 4, 3 in forest, 4 in mountain. Although the Ortis Attorney is 2/3, so they need a 2 mana card that gives 1 forest and 1 mountain to tie this expedition, and they need one that gives 2 they're going for 4. What are they doing going for 4 or 3? I guess tried to draw into it. I guess they didn't have a 2 cost character. And that is gonna be game for the Soul. I'd be very curious to see what the hand was at the end there for the mats. Let's see. Most of these games are finished. Wow, in progress 100%, but not finished yet. While we wait for the next round, I'm going to pull up the Moyo deck since Gus asked about it. '22. No, the list that I'm looking at has 39 cards on it. Although I believe some of them might be wrong, or maybe the Moyo list is one of the ones that's actually correct. Because I think they're supposed to have 8 rares, and the 8 rares in this are Studious Rookie, Adamant Receptionist, Hextag Chaser, Team Mascot, The Infirmary, Angry Crowd, Technological Encounter, and Tag. So that does look like all 8 rares. But if we look at like Nadir, there's only 7 rares listed. And the 8th rare is actually a cable car station that has been upshifted from common to rare. But other than that, the Rika Skipper, Rika Barmaid, Pinocchio, Foul Faker, Galatee, Cheshire Cat, and Winter Outfits are the 7 rares that are represented in the article, the deck list in the article. Still looks like we're waiting on like a game, maybe, in round 6. Wait. Oh, that was all at quick action speed. All right. Playing around, Soul having the hunger, I guess. One card in hand left for the mats, but I don't think Soul is going to get Halua this turn. Unless they are able to do a massive chain of rush into Nephili. Oh, and that is tournament time anyways. And time is going to go to Norit, who is the Mats player. They seemed like they were in a pretty commanding position anyways, but who knows where it could have gone. You know, we were at tiebreaker, and we didn't know 2 cards, I think, in the hand of the Soul. So definitely would have been an uphill battle, but not unbeatable. We have well, that makes sense. I was gonna say we had 14 undefeateds last round. We now have 7 undefeated. Let's see our top tables. So we have 2 top tables, or 4 top tables, one of which is being pared down. Mats and Tarun. The other ones are still loading. The round did just start. But our 7 undefeateds currently are ALR Yaren, Gyunko, Greguix, HTSA, Jolani Yuchi, N Joy, Karmic, Koala, and Sir Stanel. Those are our 7 undefeated players. And in our top 8 currently, we have Tarun and Soul, Tarun and Mats, Tarun and Tarun, and Tarun and Soul. Does anyone have a preference on what we watch? Because, I think I'm going to go with Tarun and Soul. Since that is... So, Tarun seems to be the best performing deck. You know, I don't have the exact numbers, but in 5 of our 5 of our undefeated players are on Tarun. 1 being on Soul and 1 being on Mats. And then the other Tarun and Soul Mats, I believe the Soul is at 6-1 or 5-1. I'd also like to take a moment to thank all of you who joined to watch the stream. I hope you're enjoying this. I just wanted to throw something together pretty quickly since AWOL was not doing any coverage of the tournament. So this has been pretty bare bones, but I hope it's still been valuable or entertaining at least. That is, in my opinion, the best use of the shell in this Soul demo deck. Putting the Kadarm into the reserve, allowing it to be activated for its Foundry ability. That means you could play a 2-cost card and gets ability. Decides not to do that right now. It feels like they don't need to. Isabel Letham. Just shoring up the companion expedition for Soul. Soul struggling on day 4 to still going into day 4 only having 1 counter. This Tarun and Benny just playing out their big cost characters and then passing. Soul is one of the decks that has some better removal. It's just Catch of the Day, but Catch of the Day is a 2-mana target any character, return it to hand. So it does help out a lot. So the Tarun and Benny player, Karmic Koala, having some just saying, hey, I'm going to make you have it. You know, spend 2 mana if you really want to get rid of my son and Aeos. Sonaos might not be coming out this turn. Oh, never mind. Immediately proven wrong. I guess this Karmic Koala might be going towards just denying the Halua, the quest counters towards Halua. Because the only 1 mana card they have in their deck is Rabbit Farmer. What is this? Okay. Not getting full value off of the Deep Cloud Instructor's ability. Because this does not have... Because Nephili does not have a From Reserve ability, but still. Ooh, wait, never mind. I forgot about Burrowing Noosh. I thought it was just Rabbit Farmer. Never mind. That makes a lot more sense now. I would say, yeah, the Deep Cloud Instructor, you have a pretty good play of Isabel Letham into Nephili next turn. That will also... It'll use up all your mana and then instantly spawn Soul. Or a Halua. Soul's already there. The question is, which expedition do you put what in? If you want to evenly distribute the stats, you put Isabella Letham into your companion and Nephili into your hero, and then you'll end up with 5 in forest, 5 in water, and then 2 and 3 in mountain for each side. But might just push hard on the companion side. And resupplies into another Nephili. Nephili, very, very strong card, especially when your opponent seems to be trying to deny you quest counters, as it seemed like they had been for the first couple turns. They also have Nephili of their own, so it's a 5/5/5. Should be pretty easy. I mean, it's like guaranteed for Karmic Koala to advance on the hero expedition. The main question is how much do they put towards also denying the advancement from the soul? It should be pretty easy. Daughter of Idrisil fully covers it up. Any mountain stat allows them to advance, so it's just the 3 forest, 3 water to block. They could also go for a double advance themselves. Daughter of Idrisil again, and 1 mountain stat would get them an advancement on the companion expedition, and then any mountain stat on the hero side. Yep, I always knew it. Never doubted. Oh, no, they took it back. I do think that's a good play, because they only need 2 stats. Rabbit Farmer. Okay. Okay, so it looks like they might be aiming to go... Alright, this will be a 2-for-1. Tarun advancing twice. And Soul advancing on the hero expedition because of the water stat. Will be overflowing their reserve. I assume we'll be getting rid of the Burrowing Noosh and probably the common Rabbit Farmer. Could keep both Rabbit Farmers. They're cheap plays that you're hoping to play a gift anyways. But that Daughter of Yggdrasil, the 5/5/3, is pretty hard to pass up, especially in that companion expedition where it is perfectly statted to both attack and defend. Most likely see Rabbit Farmer start off in the companion or in the hero expedition, start maybe trying to push some forest stats there, and Daughter of Yggdrasil going into the companion. Soul still 2 quest counters away from Halua being gigantic, and this game is already approaching an end. This Tarun deck is very aggressive, able to put a lot of stats out. Oh, Fab Lab unit. That, to me, signals I need to get my Daughter of Yggdrasil out of reserve right away because of Bravo's Cloudhog. Bravo's Cloudhog, when played from reserve, sabotages, and the rare gets 1 boost, and then the rare gets 2 boosts, the common gets 1 boost. And with Daughter of Yggdrasil right there, it is primed to be eaten by that by the sabotage. Still plenty of other good from reserve abilities to be used. You could use the one of the ones that allows you to rush to go immediately into Nephili. The problem is Tarun is up 1 expedition. And yes, Tarun would love to... Karmic Koala on Tarun would love to double advance this turn to win the game. They can easily just try and go 1-for-1 every other game and then... or every other day and still win. Soul is now in a position where they have to put forward the effort to double advance or stop Tarun. So Tarun can play a bit safer and not struggle as much. One mana in that Nephili. The 1 mana is really just the Flying Squirrel. So could do 2 mana into 3 mana. What does this Tarun have access to? Or sorry, Soul is what I'm more curious about actually. Soul could go rush into... Okay, they have 2 seems like they have 2 mana, which is Helpful Diver, Isabella Letham, Bravo's Cloudhog, Deep Cloud Instructor, or what I think might be the case, Catch of the Day. The Catch of the Day doesn't do too much for you. In fact, Catch of the Day would just be losing. Oh. I don't know what Soul does to stop this. I don't think there is anything. Because Catch of the Day would return it to hand, but Tarun has enough mana seeds to just replay anything that's on the board. And you're not creating any board presence with Catch of the Day. You now have a 3rd mana, so you could play Kadarm. Kadarm to stop the advancement on the hero expedition, but then any 2-cost character would would win it for Tarun. Yep, that is just going to be GG. There's no play that the Soul can make at that point. So we still have undefeated Tarun going into like our final rounds, because this is round 7, I believe. Let's see. Let's check in on the other. The other Tarun. The other Tarun and Soul game was won by Tarun. We have Tarun versus Mats in its final days. Putting Mats in a rough position, it seems like Tarun will be able to if they have the Ortis Attorney, or not the Ortis Attorney, the Ortis Trooper, the common Ortis Trooper, they Mana Seed Ortis Trooper, or the rare Kikimora. Yep, that will stall the game out a bit. So this game is not over yet. Tarun has no Mana Seeds left over. Our Mats has a imperfect reunion. Only gets to choose 2 of the 3 modes, because you get to choose up to 3. Up to the number of cards in your landmarks, but you can't choose them multiple times. So 3 landmarks is the max. And would have to, unless gifted, a Mana Seed by Tarun. That is one of the interesting interactions in this matchup. Is early game, if you give Mats oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry, it's very dry here. If you give Mats Mana Seeds early on, it helps get him online and get him towards his bigger landmarks. And then at this point, it would just empower the reunion. Reika Investor is good stats, but will just be matched after a gift by the Rabbit Farmer. And that Soulful Encounter is going to be a thorn in Mats' side, because it can put the boosts wherever they want. So it's distribute the 4 boosts however you want. So it's very, it can be 1 on this side, 3 on the other, trying to do little break points and make it harder for Mats to reliably block both sides. Although does just decide to fully stack up on this Rabbit Farmer. That's interesting. They're really hoping to... That to me says that they have a card in their hand that gives Mana Seeds. And they're afraid of turning on the reunion for its 3rd level. Not as much of an issue now that they played the Consulate. Mana Seed would still let them play Ortis Attorney, or not Ortis Attorney, sorry, Ortis Trooper. but would it mean much more than that at this point? We still have 5 stats from the landmarks. Although 2 of them, or no, 1 of them has to go on the hero expedition. So boost, and then the consulate will get up to 4. But even still, the Reika Gatherer will push that above. So that will be another win for Tarun. So we have 2 undefeated Taruns. And now Tarun just showing off a bit. Oh, I also had this. And our last match of undefeated players is Tarun versus Tarun. With Jolani Yuichi. Sorry, I'm probably butchering that. Being up 2 expeditions. So, Guionko, our bottom Tarun, really struggling to find a footing. Although, only 2 forest stats needed, and that could easily be done by just playing the Rabbit Farmer from reserve. Now, we've seen a number of Tarun players throughout the day opt to keep the Flore, Fume, and Gardener in order to exhaust the Mana Seed. Just making it so that the mana curve that you thought you had, you don't have anymore. I wonder if that is what Guionko is planning to do with this Flore, Fuming Gardener. Daughter of Yggdrasil is also a threat. As I said before, Soulful Encounter can be very tricky to play against, or to play around. Oh. Interesting. I guess you're basically daring them to commit the Soulful Encounter now. Both Daughters of Yggdrasil are also weak to Newton's Law, which is one of the only pieces of removal that Tarun has access to in the demo decks. It gives your opponent a Mana Seed and sends to reserve target character with base cost 3 or less. So Tarun would be able to play around that. Sorry, I'm very curious as to what's going on now. The charitable Reika to me seem to suggest that they are hoping that they have 2 mana left over for Newton's Law. Which would go great. Okay. They still have 2 mana left for uh, Newton's Law. I assume that Junko is just slow playing in order to get rid of that. If I was Dolani Uchi and playing the Soulful Encounter, I would put 2 on the Argonomist, 1 on the daughter, 1 on each daughter of Idrisil. That way you are putting out your mountain stats as far as possible. Okay, well now the they can replay the Newton's Law though, or they can play the Daughter of Idrisil after Newton's Law. So I guess that is the better choice for the new for them to hope the Newton's Law goes off until, because Reika Argonomist would give another mana seed and potentially allow them to play a burrowing Noosh if they still have one. This is actually some great high level play for this is just a demo deck tournament. You know, it's lower power level overall, but these little moments of deciding to min max, and so that allows Newton's Law goes towards the Daughter of Idrisil because the other ones would just be replayed. There's one fleeting Daughter of Idrisil, and that will lead us into the arena. And this is our last sort of like top 8 match, essentially. We're not doing any top cut for the tournament. This is round 7, and we had 7 undefeateds going into this. And the one that it matters most for is the Taroons. The Taroons are basically the only ones still battling for top of faction. Well, I guess that's not fully true. That's a bit of a generalization, but I don't know where the Nadirs and the Moyos end up. I believe, off of what I've seen, Infinite is currently leading for the Moyo, but I don't have that confirmed. That's just like from what I've seen. And then you Lurker from chat is the top ranking Nadir. There's only 1 Mats and 1 Soul in undefeated into this round, so presumably one of them is going to get the top of faction unless something happens in the 8th round, and then it'll be, oh god, wait, do we see the Taroons all win? So that would mean our 4 undefeateds after this are all going to be Taroon? Is that true? I think that might be true. Wow. And somehow, despite all that, Korabi on Taroon. Still didn't perform well. Oh. Infinites X2. Okay, I think he's still in contention for top Moyo. I don't know what the other Moyos are at, but I definitely think that means he's not solidified. Also, sorry again, Cole. You're just an easy target, and you're not here, so I'm acting out. Yeah. Moyo, Best Infection has definitely been, it's definitely open up. All right, we will see the GGs coming out. With Gyunko coming out in the end. Let's see if we have that. I will say, Tarun mirrors are very interesting. Of any deck that we're going to get a bunch of mirrors of, I would want it to be Nadir first, because I think Nadir's very interesting mirror. But Tarun would probably be my second favorite. Or Soul. Soul's also a lot of fun. Just seeing who battling over who can get their quest counters, while the others also trying to get quest counters. I think Moyo is probably the most boring mirror, just because you're both trying to just exhaust the other so much. Most of the games are finished. Here we have one that's at 71%. Nope. As soon as I click on it, it's over. Is that everything? Yep, we have round 8. So our undefeated players are ALR Yaren, Gyunko, Enjoy Karmic, Karmic Koala, and Sir Stanel. And I believe they're all 4 on Tarun. So long story short, if you weren't playing Tarun, you were throwing. No. And I'd like to reiterate, these are demo decks. These are not... Do not expect these decks to be what the fully functioning standard decks look like. There will be some overlaps and stuff like that, but just because a hero did not do well does not mean that in this demo deck tournament does not mean that they are not going to do well in standard. Also, just because the hero did well here does not mean that they are going to do well in standard. There's a lot more of the ecosystem is a lot more dense in standard. So Mats was a strong contender going into this. Mats can struggle against things like the Hunger. And also quicker paced decks like Traced as well. We'll have to wait and see where the heroes end up falling after once we get access to the wider metagame. Yep, okay. So we have 2 Tarun mirrors as our undefeated players. That means 2 Taruns at the end of this. This is our final round. 2 Taruns will be undefeated at the end of this. Interesting. So Stanel just going for very early aggression. getting rid of the Rabbit Farmer and the Newton's Law. Uh, I would assume trying to play the Reika Ergonomist over the Charitable Reika. But with 2 cards in hand and 4 mana at their disposal, Gyunko will probably be able to at least take the Companion Expedition, if not block the hero. Yep. So that will be a 1-0 for Gyunko. I'm probably butchering that. And Kyunko not only up 1 expedition, down 1 card in hand, but 2 cards in reserve, and has a mana seed. So, has 5 possible plays this turn to Sir Stanley's 4. But Sir Stanley has more cards to be able to use over multiple turns. Okay. Gyunko going more aggressive, saying, great. I am happy for a 1-for-1 on this hero expedition. I'm already up 1. So I am in the aggressive spot. I am forcing you to either commit more to this side, and then we'll easily say, great, I will take the Companion Expedition uncontested. Or potentially even could use this Daughter of Yggdrasil to fully block the hero expedition and doesn't even have to use that because wait. Did I miscount? Wouldn't Daughter of Yggdrasil been another 1-0? Huh. Interesting play. I don't. Burrowing Noosh. Okay. I completely forgot that this card was in Tarun's deck. They also put it in Cowrie's deck. I think they're just like, I mean, 1-drops are very good. So they're just like, hey, when in doubt, put a Burrowing Noosh in there. Kyunko just taking, happy to go 1-for-1 this entire game. Already up an expedition. Sir Stanley taking the opportunity to fill up on mana seeds for the next day. Want to use your hero power as much as you can, just to make sure you're getting value. Interesting. Exhausting the Burrowing Noosh, just saying, I don't want you to after you. I want you to commit more on your plays. And Burrowing Noosh is a great offensive card right now. Gyunko's Hero Expedition only in Forest, so it can help push them ahead there. Rabbit Farmer. I'm feeling a Son of Neos. Now, this could be responded with another Son of Neos. Five mana. It's a Son of Neos. Oh, yeah. I've seen through the Matrix. Was Tarun's ability used on the draw, or was it used on a Mana Seed? I believe it was used on a Mana Seed that turn. Sorry. I was just trying to check the logs. Son of Neos in both just incredibly strong expeditions for them. Yeah, we're seeing... Maybe this is because Sir Stanley is on the back foot right now. Needs to be able to play more cards as opposed to having more cards at their disposal. So prioritizing the Mana Seed instead of the card draw from Son of Neos from their regifting ability. Says, I need to be able to play around whatever you're trying to play, so I can't go too hard on the on drawing cards. Plus, you know, another Son of Neos. They still have 3 cards in hand, so not like they're not like they have no cards to choose from. Newton's Law, okay. This will let Sir Stanley play the other Son of Neos if they want. And at 2 mana, I'm not sure what Gyunko would be able to do with it. Or do against that. Son of Neos is... Oh, or just Soul Encounter. Son of Neos is out of reach for the removal that the Tarun demo deck has access to. So there's no real threat in stacking it up. Does need 3 forest in order to advance, and just passes. That is a great swing of momentum for Sir Stanley. I imagine you just get rid of one of the Son of Neos. Yeah. You don't really need to. Again, and GGs are already coming out. So I think that is Gyunko saying that they don't feel like they have a chance to win anymore. I'm still going to stick with this game until we finally see. But I wouldn't be surprised if Gyunko just sort of passes immediately. No, I don't think there's any sabotage in the Muna deck, so you don't really have to worry about that. And now we'll most likely see Gyunko prioritize Mana Seed from Tarun's ability to try and play more cards. Really want to be able to gift the Soul Encounter plus Neos does use all of their mana, but they would have 2 Mana Seeds left over. Wow. Oh, it's in reserve as well. Interesting. That's interesting. I think that's one of the ways that Serstano loses this game. Putting all those stats onto the Noosh. If there's another Newton's Law, I really don't think that there's any threat to the Son of Neos. And you only have to win one side. Maybe I'm missing something. I guess if you put all the Soul Encounter boosts on the Son of Neos in reserve, and they have the Flore Fuming Gardener to exhaust it, then you're out of luck. That's the only thing I can really think of. And we haven't seen any Flore Fuming Gardeners from Gyunko this game. Now, Gyunko has enough mana using the mana orbs if they have their own Soulful Encounter. To put on the Son of Neos. That would be 3 mana. Oh, just Newton's Law. Yes, see, using Newton's Law on the Noosh. Yeah. What 2 mana? Do they have another Charitable Reika? No. Just gonna stall on the other side. Oh no, advance on the other side. Ah, I see. Okay. Okay. Wow, I forgot about Souvenir Seller. I thought that Serstano may have thrown that, but they will get the 1-for-1 and win the game. Very close in the end, though. We will check on the other Tarun versus Tarun. Karmic Koala. Enjoy Karmic Koala versus ALR Yaren. Both players mana seedless. Both players with an Eru, Emissary of the Wind in reserve. Daughter of Idrisil for Yaren in a very good region on the Hero Expedition. One card in hand. Now, where Karmic Koala is at the advantage is only one card in hand for Yaren. Well, two in hand for Koala. The something that they have to look out for is Newton's Law. Newton's Law can target anything base cost 3 or less, or any character base cost 3 or less. So could easily get a snipe on the Daughter of Idrisil with that. Sends it to reserve. So since it's fleeting, we'll just get rid of it. Could go Eru for Eru. 2 mana remaining. I would assume Karmic Koala is probably just going to play out this Rabbit Farmer. Sort of after you. The... and force... Ooh, Souvenir Seller. This is a card we just saw win the other Tarun Mirror. Resupply themselves in Newton's Law. Very scary. 3 mana in hand. Or 3 mana, 2 cards in hand. Could easily go one for one with any stats here. With Newton's Law, you could send this to reserve, and then if you had a 2 cost or 3 cost, 2 cost, you'd be tying on both sides. Yeah. So I'm assuming sending, oh wow. So that would make me think that this card in hand is not a character for Karmic Koala, or at least not a character that they can play at their current mana, because otherwise they could just play that saved the removal for the next turn when it will be more dire. And now it's Yaren with that Newton's Law just being scary in reserve. Yaren might decide not to mana here. Yep, looks like it. Seems to have some lower cost cards. Wants to be able to play out everything. I think that has to target the Newton's Law. I guess maybe you're not as scared of the Newton's Law because it just sends the Flore back. You could just play it again, but ooh. Rika Gatherer does give you 2 free mana, essentially, but it gives your opponent 1. I doubt they're going to pass. Have have we seen? We've seen 2 out of 3 Newton's Law for Karmic Koala already. Which means it feels like they have a pretty good chance of bringing this at least to Arena. Eru, Emissary of the Wind, over in the Hero Expedition would mainly be answered by Daughter of Yggdrasil. But then, wow, combating the Companion Expedition. I feel like, to me, that reads that there is a what's it called? Soul encounter, and they want characters in each expedition to try and be able to best distribute where they want. Hey, congrats, Breadstick. You and Infinite might be fighting for top of faction. You said he was X and 2, but he's also trash, so he'll probably lose this round. Yeah, so this to me seems like there's a soul encounter. We'll just try and buff up the Eru to beat the Nephili. Dapeng. Okay. You Lurker, how did you end up on the deer? Karmic Koala will be going into the arena with 1 card in hand down. We'll have to discard a card from reserve. So, although that Flurry Fuming Gardener is going to be very impactful. 6-2, nice. That's pretty good. You might be top of faction for Lyra. If you are, you said earlier in the chat that I'm your dad. So as your dad, I'm going to have to take your prizes and confiscate them. So, sorry. That's the rules. As long as you live under my roof, I'm taking your prizes. So, the Flurry Fuming Gardener will help equalize the card advantage between the 2 players. I assume it would just go out towards this Newton's Law. Because the only other thing you'll really... Oh, displace the Burrowing Noosh. The only other thing you can target with the Fuming Gardener, though, is the Mana Seed. And the Mana Seed, while powerful, doesn't do a whole bunch. Although, I guess if you're targeting the Mana Seed here, you're forcing them to use the Newton's Law. Oh, the Newton's Law would be on your Fuming Gardener, since it's in... since it's fleeting, so it would get discarded, not just sent to reserve. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just start with the Fuming Gardener. Because if the opponent has a Fuming Gardener, well, I guess they would. If they had a Fuming Gardener, they would have played it first. Three mana available left for Yaren. 4 presumably after a Daughter of Yggdrasil for Karmic Koala. But do you play the card in hand in order to play around another Newton's Law? There's one more Newton's Law that hasn't been seen yet. If this is Newton's Law, it's gonna hurt. Oh, no, 3 mana. Daughter of Yggdrasil itself. Soul Infusion. Or Soul Encounter. Soul Infusion's a different game. I don't know which one. There is still a Newton's Law left for Karmic Koala. Could get rid of 6/5/6 on the board. Although that wouldn't do enough. And that is just going to be game for Yaren. Soul Encounter will get Karmic Koala closer, but just not high enough. Good game. Our like finals were basically 2 Tarun mirrors, but hey, if they're played like that, you can't complain. Let's see. So those were all of our undefeateds. Let's see if we have any more games that are still going on. Lots of them seem to be finished. We can check out this for a second. Soul and Mats. Mats has a lot of mana, a lot of landmarks. Look how squished these things are. Wow. And from those landmarks can get 8 value of power of sats. 1 from each of the 2 consulates, and then 6. 1 from each of the consulates, and then 4 from the reunion. Also has 1 mana seed left over, so could see that. I feel like Mats is in a good position. The max that Soul can get on their companion side is 5/5/5. If they Thaddeus into Thaddeus and then spawn Halua. So you don't need too much to block them on that side. And then that would give Soul 10 mountain or 10 forest on the hero side, which I feel like the 2 Reika investors would already go towards combating. And it seems like this will actually go to arena. But there might be... Oh, I will check that out. Hold on. we'll keep this on in the background, but Infinite is apparently playing for Best in Faction, and he's also a local of mine, so I want to support him. Oh, wait. What? Did the timer just end? When I tried to click on the game, it said tournament maximum time reached. Although it seems like Infinite won in time. Because if I... This is what I see. Hey, Infinite, did you go to time? I was just trying to watch your game. I cast your curse to you earlier. I watched your game, and that was the first game you lost. So I'm sorry. But you still seem like you had some moves to make, right? In the last game? I don't think there is any top cut. I believe there's it's just whoever is top of faction. Because there is no like first place prizing. Now the problem is the two undefeated players are both Muna, are both Tarun. Because this is not like a finals, this is not like a big tournament. This is just a demo deck for fun tournament. Now there are prizes, but wow. Mats will just be able to overstat at 17, 17, 13 against 16, 14, 14. Good game. Oh, really? There is a top 16. Wow. I didn't know that. Let me... When you say in the app, do you mean in like the tournament app of BGA? Because the initial article doesn't mention anything about top 16. Huh. It does take some time to calculate stuff. But top 16... Let me see. Okay, well, I'm glad it's not just me who's confused. Top 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, hey, you lurker, it would cut off at you. It looks like. Although currently this is in alphabetical order. This is not. It's not based off of. It says top 16 under the Swiss part. In the article or in on the channel. Now, you lurker, I don't want to get your hopes up because this is alphabetical. So it looks like there will be one X and 2 who makes it into top 16. But I don't know who has the best tiebreaker and what tiebreaker they're going for. But if we go off this list right now, you are the 16th person. Unless I counted wrong. 2, 4, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Nope. Yeah, so there's one. Wow, it does say top 16. You're right. I've read this article a number of times and never seen it. Wow. What time is it UTC? Is that like starting in like 15 minutes? Uh Yeah, so it's 7:45 in UTC +1. So you have 15 minutes. Okay. Now I am not like I didn't register for the tournament because I want to do commentary. So I am not sure if I have access to all the stuff that you're seeing. Like I'm not seeing a results tab. I only see this overview. Oh, yep. Once I refreshed it, it locked in. I'm sorry, you lurker. You got 21st. But I think you might still be top of faction. And then Infinite. Breadstick got 40th. Infinite got 31st. What was what was Benefactory playing? I'm not sure if you were both on Moyo. I do wish I could like better just see Tarun. I do wish I could better see just like what people are on. Because now in order to check and see what people are on, I'd have to go to their tournament history and then just go back. And that seems like a pain to do. Interesting. I'm also not sure if there's oh, 29th? Congrats. What were you playing? Yeah, the demo deck tournaments I think are one of the best things they can do. Um you know, it lets people, especially with the delay that Seeds of Unity had. I was kind of hoping that in the same delay announcement they'd launch the demo decks. Oh, Infinite, Kyle, you just barely missed out top of faction. It seems like, because Cody is 29th on Moyo. But good job, Cody. I don't know, Cody, if you're top of faction. I just know that one of the other players who had been like the top of Moyo is at 31st. But I don't know what everyone's on. Yes, but I think the demo deck tournaments are super fun. I would love like more things like it. I don't know what they could do, but just like more fun tournaments like this. You know, this isn't for a qualifier. There are prizes. It'd be fun if like they took if they made like decks for a bunch of heroes, maybe in the no unique format, and then you could only, and they restricted that they were like competitive demo decks sort of thing. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that they can do on BGA. I know there's limitations to what they can program, but I do like the ways they've been improving BGA, and I hope that they also put the same effort into improving LGS and in-person play as well, because I do believe that that's a very important aspect of the game, even though BGA has kept the game alive, in my opinion. Wow, were you just playing other Moyos constantly, Cody? I was mainly just seeing Tarun mirrors, I feel like. Yeah, the infirmary, if it didn't count towards a landmark slot, sure. But the infirmary, I feel like you'd always want to have two you'd always want to have two Nilums instead. Like, there's never really any reason to have if you could run the infirmary and two Nilums, great, sure, why not? But it's just a placeholder for a Nilum anyways. All right, let's see if there's okay. Here is the here is the top 16. It will apparently start at 7:30. It might have already started. Let me check and see. If we have any games yet. This, I believe, will just be outside of outside of the system, so I'll just have to like go find the games that are being played. Okay, restart in 13 minutes. Great. I am going to quickly take a break with I'm just gonna grab some water and stuff, and then I'll be right back. Thanks everyone for watching. In about 7 minutes, let me see. I don't have a timer ready, but in about 7 minutes, top 16 will begin. I'm gonna grab some water real quick and be right back. All right, and we're back. Hold on, let me see if we have any of the matches started yet. Enjoy. Let's see. We do have some that haven't fully loaded yet. Okay. We have a Moyo in top 16. Wait, we have 2 Moyos in top 16. Moyo's death was greatly exaggerated. Let's watch this one first. Let's watch a Moyo match. Is there a breakdown? I'm sorry, Infinite. To be fair, you don't deserve nice things. I don't mean that. Does anyone have a breakdown of what they saw? Okay. 9 Tarun, 3 Mats, 2 Moyo, and 2 Soul. Okay. All right. With that, there's 2 Moyos in top 16. Breadstick, Azure Walks, who we're currently watching. And then let's see. The other one is Hat Lagor. Yeah. No Della or Nadir. I'm surprised because a lot of people were talking about Della going into this. And I think that's just because they happen to have gotten hit with an early consortium, and then gotten a lot of value that way early on. Ooh, hard casting the reunion. You hate to hard cast the reunion. Let's see. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, they have to commit this turn anyways. I was going to say, I would use the reunion now and then the consulate later, but they have to fully commit this turn. 3 mana for the Moyo. Any character. You could use some... you don't have any real removal at 3. Ooh, this is a good one. I love this Harry Houdini play. They're already winning the other lane, so let me just draw a card, and it beats the tie. Moyo up 1 expedition against Mats. Now I was talking with Infinite and Breadstick over the week about this, and there was talk that Moyo might actually be a good pick into mats because of the amount of permanent removal that Moyo has. So this might be a favored matchup. I don't have data to back it up, but I can see the reasoning. Although this is going to be a second reunion, and that's going to be tough. Because your removal, if you oh, excuse me, if you use removal into the tokens, it doesn't get exhausted. Now one of your main pieces of removal is freeze, which is cooldown, which is exhausts itself to trigger Nilum, but still you don't want to use that on like at max a 3/3/3 Ortis recruit. I am a bit surprised to know Nadir. I think my highest win rate was with Nadir, but he's also a tricky deck to pilot, and you can just draw bad sequences that are hard to recover from. Mm. But it is clear that there was a top deck, just based off how well Tarun was doing. I mean, it was 9 Tarun? Yeah, 9 Tarun. Top placing Nadir was at 21st at 6-2, which I believe was our friend in chat, Lurker. They've already left, but still, congratulations to them. I'm gonna just refresh this, see if it's me. Oh, never mind. They're making a move now. Just thinking long and hard about it. Oh, excuse me. Got quite a cough. Only option for Nilum to trigger now is with a cooldown card. There's no exhausted resupply in Moyo, is there? I don't think... Oh, there is also Adamant Receptionist, which you can exhaust a card in your own reserve. Or Hextech Chaser, you can also exhaust a card in your own reserve. My guess is that Azure Walks is holding up a freeze using the 2 mana seeds. Will freeze, create a mana moth off of Moy's ability and off of the Nilum. Best target would be the Reka Investor, just because that has an at noon or at dusk ability. And hopefully you'd still be able to get over with 4 extra stats being added to that side of the board. Which you would just be able to. So Uh, that it could also be Angry Crowd, although Angry Crowd doesn't create a thing off the withered tree. So I think it has to be freeze. And Moyo only has to go 1 for 1. Moyo is in the advantageous position. Oh, wait, I forgot that. Oh, that's just going to be a tie. Oh, no, it's going to be a win because of the mountain. That was close, though. Because when Reika Investor leaves, it poops out an Ordis Recruit. Which, isn't that just like how life goes? I don't know what I meant by that. Yeah, I'm trying to look at the deck list now. Technological encounter and freeze are look like the 2 cooldowns. Although some of the deck lists are not properly updated. They're missing a rare card here or there. Yeah. Now, I think they have to block the hero expedition from really the companion. Why? The Moyo's Moth has to go on the hero expedition. I don't think that Neo's like I think getting rid of the second reunion for Aeneos was a bad call. I don't think that the Neos is worth the reunion. I'd rather have 3 reunions, I think. I mean, it's still they're going to get a double advance. Start the day off with 2 reunions. I just also want to point out that this is the common reunion. The rare reunion has the option to draw a card. So just wait till that's in the mix. Best option for Mats here is that they have the 4-mana Consulate. They sacrifice the Lectern, get an Ordis Recruit in the Hero Expedition, draw a card off the Consulate, so it, goes card neutral. We're already past noon. Never mind. This doesn't seem to be a great spot for the Moyo. The double reunion is just brutal. But, we'll see what we can do. Because that's 8 free stats. 8 stats without having to use any mana. And there's no, Blizzard or anything that's going to clear out an entire side of a board. Winter Nova could be powerful. But still, you're, Yeah. Yeah. Uh, Matt's definitely seems like in a really, really good position. Because Winter Nova, you make them sacrifice the 1/1. You get 2 mana must, like, just discarding a permanent doesn't do anything at this point because they're all tapped. And if it was still like at parity, if they were still like both touching or both one away, uh the Moyo could salvage this. But the fact that they have to defend both sides right now, I think makes it really rough. I'm not sure if they have the cards to do this. After you, I'm happy to be pleasantly surprised though. Freeze would get rid of, it would win the Hero Expedition, and you could get rid of the Lewis Sullivan. Yeah, Lewis Sullivan, that removes 3/3/2 from the board and get a moth on that side. But then you're 2 against 7/8/8, and I don't know what you do to make up those like 6 points of value that you need. Those 6 stats. Yep. GG for Moyo. I'm gonna check and see if the other Moyo game is still going on. I wouldn't mind watching the underrepresented decks in the format. And we have Moyo versus Tarun, so the big bad of the demo deck tournament. 2 Nilums out, so pretty strong spot to start in. 5 cards in hand against, okay, so Moyo's down 1 expedition, but does seem to be in a pretty good spot. This is salvageable. The problem is one like Son of Laos, and they can like draw cards again and just make it difficult. A Hextag Chaser would be good here. Or Winter Nova, you're not getting full value off of. You're only getting the 2 exhaust and the 2 moths, because you can't sacrifice a permanent, or you can't discard a permanent or sacrifice a character. But still, it's still a lot of value, forcing them only to have 2 cards in hand. But then you're down to 2 mana, 3 if you use Mochizuki Chiyome. Yeah, Winter Nova would be good, but the more I think about it, like, I think that still just loses to a well, no. So it would be 10 total stats. Okay. I like this play. They're still holding up the Winter Nova with the Chiyome from reserve. In reserve, using this portability. if they play the Rabbit Farmer, which is what Tarun should do, that makes it infinitely harder for Moyo to get value off of these Nilums. And they just drew 2 cards, so they're feeling pretty good. Maybe it was Winter Nova to begin with. This is also, the demo deck tournament is such like an interesting encapsulation of a moment, though, because like, ooh, that doesn't feel great. Was there no other After You to do? Even Chiome and then into Freeze, I felt like would have been better. Because like next week, I mean, some stores in France apparently have already put product on the shelves, but next week is when the game, the Seeds of Unity releases to more people. There are other parts of the country that will still be waiting a bit longer to get their shipments, unfortunately. But these decks will be completely irrelevant. You know, we'll make much stronger decks from the card pool. And it's it'll be interesting to how much people we focus on these decks like for this moment, because it's all that we have, and then they become pretty much relevant. 5 mana for the, I don't know what effect. Oh, they're undoing. Okay, so going to freeze the Chiome. Now, a bit of a spoiler. We know that they have a Daughter of Yggdrasil in hand, so that is representing 8/8 on the Hero Expedition with 2 mana remaining, which is perfect for a Newton's Law, another Rabbit Farmer, let's check and see what the graveyard has. So we have 1 Rabbit Farmer common, 1 rare. You were right on the Sports Encounter. Still, the Sports Encounter doesn't do anything to stop the Daughter of Yggdrasil. And for 1 mana plays, they really have to hope that Tarun gifts them a what's it called? A Mana Seed. Because their only 1 mana play is Studious Rookie. Studious Rookie. Who won't affect the forest stat. The rare would affect the mountain stat. Unless I'm missing something. Yep, and that is game for the Tarun. Both of our Moyos out in top 16. Let's see, what was the next Underrepresented deck, we had 2 Soul. One of the Souls lost. That was Greguex. Let's see what other ones are still playing. Thaddeus. Thaddeus at least has not been reported yet, but it looks like the game is over. Oh no, here it is. It was just on a different page. What? I'm disappointed in Thaddeus. I thought Thaddeus was Bravos all the way. And here he is on Tarun. Meta Slave. Okay, 5 mana seeds in Landmark. 2 mana remaining for Thaddeus. It is Jolan Yuchi's turn. With 5 mana essentially floating with the 2 mana seeds. There is, I think, about 3 minutes left. 3 or 4 minutes left in the round. But I am not 100% sure on that. Let me make sure that the delay isn't on me. Okay. I'll come back to this. Oh, no, there we go. He's moving now. Is it just Son of Neos? Nope. Using those mana seeds to play Charitable Reka. I guess afraid of Fuming Gardener. Really wanted to make sure that they had 3 mana left for whatever they wanted to play next. Soul Encounter, very strong in the mirror. There is no removal. The only removal in Tarun is Newton's Law, which targets base cost 3 or less, which Son of Neos is 5 from hand, 5 from reserve. So it is not affected by that. So Son of Neos has to be outstatted in the mirror. It cannot be removed. Still 4 mana remaining, potentially, for Tarun. Would probably like to use at least 2 more mana seeds so that they're getting their value. But happy to not have to. I would not be surprised to see if, depending on what is played by Jolan Yuichi, another Soulful Encounter, just to really shore up both sides and get a double advance and take back the tempo in the game. I've said this before a bunch of times, but I think it bears repeating. Tarun is one of the best decks in the Demo Deck tournament. I think that's obvious, but I do think that the Tarun mirrors are at least very interesting. So it's not boring. There's a lot of nuance to when you want to give gifts and when you want to hold them back. Yeah, and I do think that this will just be another soulful encounter. Oh no, 2 mana tapped. Newton's Law really wants to keep that soulful encounter for the next turn. We'll have to discard 1 Mana Seed and 1 card from reserve, which I assume will be the common Son of Neos. Wouldn't mind keeping the rare Son of Neos and that soulful encounter, or a soul encounter. Yeah, soul encounter. Just to have an easy, huge, gigantic character. Yep, as I said. Interesting that they gave up the Reika agronomist on the other side. Although I guess the charitable Reika were only in water and forest, so it's a 2 mana 3/3/3 when you think about it that way. We've only seen one, and in the deck list itself, there's I think there might be 3. Let me double check. Yeah, there's 3 in the deck list. We don't. I don't know about mana or anything like that, and there are still 15 cards in deck, so could easily still be in deck. Even if your soul encounter gets Florade, gets exhausted, you can still feel pretty good about what you're about playing the Son of Neos. Yeah, Rare Son of Neos is quite good. I do think once we're in Standard and we have more cards like License Withdraw that and other forms of removal, it will be harder to pull off. But still, when it's one of those things, like when it's strong, it's very strong. Wow, breaking the 2 Mana Seeds. I do find it interesting that they're breaking Mana Seeds so early. And wow, to play the Florate. Now, I've seen a lot of Taruns then exhausting the Mana Seed on the opponent's side in order to try and screw with their mana curve. Instead, opting for the Charitable Reiko, which is very strong this time. The Tarun decided, our top Tarun, Jolan Yuichi, decided not to use Tarun's ability on the draw card. Instead, most likely saving it for another Mana Seed to try and fill out their curve. Oh yeah, in the mirror, Rare Son of Neos is so good. It's you know, game defining, which is why I'm glad that both of them have it, so that, you know, it's like, oh, there is a level. Or are we still oh, they didn't even let the opponent draw a card. You may have target opponent draw a card. Interesting. So just didn't want to give Thaddeus more options. We are reaching time, which means that this day will play out. Okay, Newton's law is going to affect. Now, this day will play out. I'm not sure how much it will matter. Wow, also did not copy the Mana Seed. I don't know what Tarun is hoping to copy. Now they exhaust the Mana Seed. And if another Newton's Law is played against the Flore, that means that Thaddeus will get another Mana Seed and then be able to play Soul Encounter. Or it could possibly also have a 2-cost card in hand. Oh, it takes back the Flore. Decides, hey, I only need to win one side. Might as well get 8/8/8 on both sides. Which is fair. Still incredibly difficult for... you see, this is when a 1 of Saptuende. Bam. Just take all the boosts from the opposing Son of Neos. And while this will give Jolan Yuichi a win, although there's 2 mana left, so who knows. Jolan Yuichi does have a win on the Hero Expedition. There it goes anyways. This will be a total of 4 stats added to the hero, because the 3 from the souvenir and then 1 from the gift. That'll be a clean 2-0 to finish off the game for Thaddeus. And that will be, I believe that was the last match of our top 16. We are going into top 8, but it will take some time to get... so actually, some of those matches may already be starting. Let me check. I'm not sure if they're... Because the top 16 is all just being played as... like, through friendly games. It's not through the tournament app or anything. So let me see if any of them have started. I don't think so. Maybe they were all told to wait. I forgot just how close up I am in this close-up shot. Okay. We have one game that is currently trying to start, but not fully loaded yet. That is ALR Yaren versus MT1 Iomine? Aomine? I'm butchering these names, most likely. And I apologize for that. Oh, no worries. Yeah. Unfortunately, it seems like AWOL wasn't able to, or wasn't asked to do one or anything like that. I don't know what the situation is. But and so a lot of the AOL commentators were competing. I want to try and still have some English commentary, so it's rather last minute. I didn't put anything big together, but I did want to do a little something, just because I love the demo deck tournaments and want to highlight them a bit. All right, we have our first game loaded. So I'm going to just start with that so that we can actually have some gameplay. And it's a match you would have seen a number of times. Tarun versus Mats. Yeah, I do think we're also limited on how. I know that the some like tournament organizers and stuff have been working with BGA about how to run tournaments in their system. But we are just in general limited by the functionality of BGA, unfortunately. So hopefully we see improvements in the system, but we'll if not, then we have to sort of do these workarounds like we are doing for this top 16, where it's just friendly matches and using a challenge page or bracket. I didn't get to catch all the matches of the top 16, so I don't know if they were able to like what heroes are still in. I'm not sure if there's still like a soul or not. There was one people were looking out for, but and Yarn taking some this is for a lot of players, for a lot of the players, top of faction has already been decided, and as far as I remember, there's no pricing aside from top of faction. There's nothing for really winning aside from, I guess, being the number one Tarun, given just how many Taruns there are in the final 8. But a lot of the other pricing has already been solved, and you get bragging rights. It's fun to win. So, but I don't know if there's anything in particular different from top of faction and top of and first place. Yeah, Axiom did struggle quite a bit, especially given how much people were sort of hyping it up. I think people thought it would be performing a lot better than it did. All right. Sorry. The players were taking a bit of time, so I kind of got distracted in looking at other matches and stuff. But let's get back into this game. So we see Mats has already gotten one landmark set up, although one of the, I would say, lesser landmarks in the Ortis Carrier. It does provide a recruit every single turn in the Companion Expedition, but it is hard. You know, Mats, when his ability is active, gets to sacrifice a permanent to play one that's 2 costs higher than the one sacrificed, up to 2 costs. So this common Ortis carrier in the deck can play the Consulate, the Consortium, or the Ortis carrier. But you'd much rather go 2, 4, 6, 8 than 3, 5, 6, 8. I feel. But it is good to have some value throughout the game. Yes, and I do believe that is. You're correct. That is top of faction. I just don't think that there's anything additional for like top 8 or anything. There's no other pricing other than top of faction. The and I will. This is an interesting matchup because the Tarun, one of the main gifts Tarun gives is mana seeds. So you're giving the Mats mana seeds. Ooh, early reunion. That's pretty good. Hard cast it, but still, you take that. But mana seeds fill up your opponent's landmarks, and therefore let Mats get online earlier to start sacrificing his landmarks to get better ones. Yes, that it does seem to be the case. They only get bragging rights, which, hey, is it nothing? I love to brag about things. I'll brag that I went undefeated in today's tournament, which is technically true. And the on top of this, the reunion will now be giving 4 stats for free every single turn, and didn't even have to. Ooh, wait a minute. If they have the Ortis Trooper, which it seems like they do, this will be a double advance for Mats. And it will block the advance for Yarn. This is really rough. That alone right there might have won them the game, because Mats is one of the reasons Tarun has been doing so well is because it can be very aggressive. You have a lot of high cost or high statted cards like Daughter of Yggdrasil that are overstated because they have negative effects of making your opponent draw a card, and then you draw one as well because of Tarun's ability. So we've seen Tarun get be a lot more aggressive this game, although they can get a lot of value through card draw if they prioritize the card draw instead of the mana seeds. But Mats is much slower and really hits a stride once he has some reunions and stuff. Mats being up 1 expedition and having a reunion out pretty early on means that Mats is most likely going to be playing from ahead most of the game. It will be really interesting to see. And important that they tap the Ortis carrier, which has no exhaust ability. Get rid of the Flurry Fuming Gardener. And to hopefully, they could have just exhausted their reunion right away to get around the Flurry. Flurry could then still exhaust something in reserve. But they're really hoping to get a Mana Seed so that they can get more value from their reunion. Ooh, Ortis Carrier. Yeah, this is gonna be a rough position for Tarun. Which, Tarun, it's weird. Muna has been such an underdog class for so long that I want Tarun to be very good, but Tarun has been so dominant within this demo deck tournament that now I'm rooting for Mats. Like, I went into the day expecting Mats to be the villain, and then all of a sudden Tarun is. It's very funny how it flipped on its head for me. And we'll be able to, this is going to be pretty clearly a 1-for-1. Uh, because um, whichever side uh, Yarn wants, he can put the charitable Reika to block and advance on that side. Well, I guess no, he has to put it on the hero side because the mountain would still advance on the companion side. But it is a 1-for-1, which with mats you're fine for. You're fine with 1-for-1s for the rest of the game. That is something a lot of people do in Altered is they get overzealous, and once they have a 1 expedition lead, obviously double advancing again would be great, but you really just want to make sure that you're going at parity. You're going 1-for-1 for the rest of the game, because you'll meet your expeditions will meet before your opponent's does. And if you can double advance, it's great, but you don't want to go out of your way to do it. You don't want to overexert yourself and then end up getting punished for it. And Matt's, more than most characters, wants to be pretty slow and methodical, I feel. Wow. Getting rid of that Ordis Carrier. So yeah, we're not getting the full value off of Matt's ability. We're going 3 to 4. Although this does set up to turn this consulate into a reunion at some point. That Ordis Carrier's at noon ability had already triggered, but this consulate now has the ability, whenever they want throughout the day, to exhaust to create an Ordis recruit in target expedition. So we still have 3 bodies. One that has to go in the companion expedition, one that has to go into the hero expedition, and one that is variable, as well as 2 boosts on top of that. So we should view, unless there is a Flore Fuming Gardener in hand, we should already assume that there's 1-1-1 on the hero side for Mats and 4-4-4 on the companion side, with 3 boosts, with 3 stats that can go anywhere else. And that's without factoring in the Adamant Receptionist and whatever card they are holding in their hand. Now, I would assume at this point that there's no Florida Fuming Gardener, because they probably would have played that to exhaust the reunion if they could. So I think you're fine just doing another after you and waiting to see what your opponent does before you commit all your resources. And by resources, I mean the landmark abilities that you have in ready to pop at any moment. And 7 mana, because of the Mana Seed, essentially, you'd probably want to use this Mana Seed. You only have 3 landmark spots. I say only. Mats is the first hero to have 3 landmark spots, but you don't get the... you want to use the Mana Seed, if you can, this turn, so that you're getting some value out of it instead of just discarding it. Three mana potentially for the Tarun. Easy play would be the Souvenir Seller, which would be a 2/2/2 or a 3/3/3 that resupplies the opponent. 1 mana could be another Reika Agronomist. There's also Daughter of Yggdrasil is a very key card, although Tarun's ability has already been used. So Daughter of Yggdrasil would feel a bit worse since you wouldn't be getting the card draw at the same time. What other 3-cost cards are there? There's Flore, which we were talking about. Charitable Reika is a 2-cost that could do fine on the Hero Expedition. It would get you another mana seed that you could then use to also play the Souvenir Seller. So that would give you 2 more plays this turn. And Eru. I always forget about Eru. Just vanilla stats. So let's see. We can already double advance because we can put both boosts. It now would be a 2-for-1 without any card from hand. Because then we put the Consulate Recruit right here. Or, no, they just put the... Well, they'll still need to put the Consulate Recruit here as well. So that will be a clean double advance. And this is... Oh! You hate to see this if you are a Tarun fan. We'll have to discard the 2 mana seeds. I'm presuming they could discard the Ortis Carrier, but I find it unlikely that they'd do that. Unless they're really worried about the mana curve of their next hand. Not only does Matt start off with an Ortis Recruit pooped out by the Reika Investor, has 5 stats from the landmarks currently on the board, and only has to advance on one side. Really puts Tarun on the back foot. A key card here could be Son of Neos. Play it, and it automatically is combating both sides of the board. Although that would be 5 mana. Oh, they're going on to 8 mana now. Oh, did Matt's not mana? I guess they don't have enough cards in hand to really make it worth it. So Son of Neos could be... Oh. Okay. Double Reunion. This is... I don't want to count anyone out yet, but that I would view that as pretty much game. Yeah, no card draw left for Tarun, so they're face up. Ooh, although that's not a good card to see for Mats right now. I mean, Ortis Carrier is a good card. Ortis Carrier rare. But it doesn't do anything to impact the board right now. Although, again, they only have to win one side. Yeah, they have this. I forgot that they only need to win one side. Because Eru will not be able to combat both sides. They are already winning on both sides. Yes, Yaren, our Tarun, will be able to block one side, but will not be able to stop both. And that will give Aomine, our Mats player, the win. GG's to both. That is a Tarun getting knocked out of the top 8. Oh, excuse me. Let me see what other games we have. Oh, we already have one of the Tarun mirrors has already ended. Oh, it seems like all matches are already over. Because Thaddeus and Tiso have finished. Let me just go over to this. Sorry, Top 4 is 2 Mats, 2 Tarun. Not too surprising. Um, so Teseo was on Tarun. Aomine was on Mats. I don't know what Bozhen was on. Are we seeing two mirrors, or are we seeing two, or are we seeing two Mats versus Tarun? That's the main question. I don't know about you, but this just makes me so excited for this upcoming week. Or I guess next week, because release is technically on the 27th. Hopefully, I'm just hoping my store gets their product in on time, and I can start ripping into some packs and having a field day. So, Bozhen is Tarun and Cruz is Mats. Okay, so we're getting two Tarun versus Mats matches. Okay. I think that's probably more interesting than two mirrors. The Tarun mirror is interesting. I don't think that the Mats mirror is interesting. I think the Mats mirror is kind of boring and high rolly. I mean, all all you know, mirror matches have some aspect of high roll to them, but to me, Matt's feels even a bit more so than usual because it's just which one of you hits your big permanents first. It looks like Aomine versus Bozhen is loading right now. I'm looking to see if the other has started yet. No, but we'll just, for now, watch Bozhen and Aomine. Oh, I'm watching it. Maybe I should cut to it for all of you as well. Oh, wait, no. It was already on that. What am I doing? Hopefully I didn't leak anything during that time. I thought it was just on me. I think I'm good, though. Tarun starts off with a Rabbit Farmer. Very good one drop. One of the two 1-drops that are in the deck. One rare Rabbit Farmer, and then two or three Burrowing Noosh, I think. And this will be a clean 2-for-1 for our Tarun. You know, and as we said in the last match, Tarun really wants to get that aggressive start, especially against Mats. We'll go slightly down on card advantage because of it, because while they did resupply, so did the opponent, and the opponent only used the opponent only used one card last turn, though they didn't get any advance, so they're they have a strong tempo start for only using one extra card from hand. Yeah, Crazy Dave. That's my sort of experience with it as well. It might get more interesting in standard, but in this limited format, it doesn't feel great. Oh, interesting. This is the common lectern, so it doesn't matter whether it is the rare lectern says if you have another landmark in play, draw a card. If not, resupply. This one just says resupply. I was gonna say, surprising that they went with the Reika supporter instead of first playing out the lectern to draw a card, but it's because it's the common. That is, I would love to see the overall play rate of the heroes. I've been like just commentating all day, and I don't have a little peek behind the curtain for other AWOL streams. Like normally, if you're commentating an AWOL stream, there's other people on the back end who are helping get you information so that you can talk about it. I am just doing this by myself. So, I've had people in chat who have like let me know about stuff and things like that. I'm talking to Crazy Dave did that and posted info about the top cut distribution, but I don't have any larger information about the tournament layout itself, about like how many, was it 25% Tarun or was it 50% or whatever. But yeah. Ooh. Early reunion, but that reunion is going to come at a hefty price. Unless, okay, I was going to say, if they have the Ordish Trooper, then it's a 1-for-1. But that playing that reunion gave their opponent another 2-for-0. So they are 4 expeditions behind against Tarun. Now they have one of their most important pieces, the reunion out, but only 1 reunion. And currently they don't have 3 landmarks. Now the 3rd landmark, it can be sitting in that reserve right there, the Lectern, which is what they seem to be playing right now. You could also hope for a mana seed from the opponent if they're feeling nice. Now, I believe there was a bug where... Oh yeah, Fiore would be devastating. I believe there's a bug where you can't like sacrifice the Lectern to play the Consulate from your reserve or something. I'm not entirely sure if that was addressed or fixed or commented on, but I do know that was an issue at one point. But yeah, so has four stats in the back for because of the reunion. Oh. It's gonna be a big uphill battle though. 2 mana, somewhat floating for our Mats player because of the mana seed. But you'd want to reunion before you do that, unless you're creating another landmark. And still 4 mana for our Tarun. One of the positives is that the hero expedition is in a worse stat for Daughter of Yggdrasil. In its water stat, so only 3 instead of 5. Although that Da Peng has a much better stat, and the only face-up card that we see for the Mats face-up character is the Reika Investor, which has 0 water stat and can't even be played currently. The reunion also requires characters to have boosts. It's two separate characters get boosts. So Ordish Trooper will help out with that. Or not Ordish Trooper, Ordish Tourist. Okay, this will be a 2-0 for our Mats player. So that's a good way to get back into this game. Now only 2 expeditions behind and has the reunion out. Tarun might be starting to lose a little steam. Um, will have to discard 2 cards from their reserve, though. And Tarun at any point can draw 2 cards at through a support ability of Da Pang. Each player draws a card, and then the gift of giving Mats a card would allow Tarun to also draw a card. Yep, and that's what they plan to do. Matt, I feel like, is going to be forced to accelerate this game a bit, so might have to hard cast the Consulate in hopes that they can sack it for their reunion next turn. Although, do you just hard cast another reunion here if you can? Oh, it's 2 more than the Consulate, but it does give you 3 more stats. Interesting. Interesting that the so Tarun has 2 major gifts that they give, either the Mana Seed or the Draw card. If you're drawing a card, that means you're normally hoping to get more value throughout later turns. And the Mana Seed, if you're prioritizing that gift, means you're more aggressive. You are more focused on this turn and trying to get value out of all the cards you currently have in hand. Being 2 away, I'm surprised that the Tarun used the Da Pang for the draw. Use her ability for the Da Pang to draw a card, as opposed to the charitable Reika essentially coming down for free by getting 2 Mana Seeds. Soulful Encounter is a I guess, yeah, Soulful Encounter's good. There is removal in mats, but none that cost none at that cost. And while okay, so they should be able to trade 1 for 1. Yeah, which you're fine with as Tarun, and at this point you're kind of fine with as Mats. You have 3 landmarks, so you're gonna turn that Consulate into a reunion. That's what's gonna get you back in this game. If you are able to stave off this turn because of the reunion, you have a chance to come back in this game. That is my sort of analysis of the immediate board. Now there's 3 reunions in the deck, 15 cards left in the deck. Yep, okay, they're discarding it. That means they have the reunion. It could also be the Ortis Carrier, but I doubt you. Yeah, you don't discard the Ortis Carrier. You don't discard for the Ortis Carrier because it's not value this turn. It's gets you value next turn, and you would need the body that the Consulate gives you to try and stop Tarun from advancing. So Mats is actually getting back into this game, shockingly enough. That this does just show the sort of late game power of Mats in this demo deck format. If this were standard, then a hunger comes and ruins all of Mats' plans. But in the lower power demo deck tournament, the reunion, I feel like I would always prefer 2 reunions to a Neos. Because Naos is too much thinking about the next turn. um, Naos is thinking about the next turn. Yes, it does stall out one of the expeditions, but that's happening before they've played anything. If you're doing this at noon, so you're not really. Ooh, this is an interesting play. This gets heavily punished if there's a adamant receptionist. Which, you know, there might not be, but if there is, they just exhaust the lectern. Lectern has no ability that it needs to sabotage the charitable Reika, and they got rid of two cards essentially and 3 mana. Yeah, that's how I feel. I like maybe next turn I could see a Naos coming down, but even still, I think I'd rather have 2 reunions over 1 reunion and a Naos. But I have not played Mats as much as I have some of the other decks. I will be honest, there was a lot of times I queued up Demo Deck Tournament and I was just like, well, what if I play Nadir again? I love Nadir. Not the worst performing hero. Top Della was 30 and top Nadir was 21, so I'll take it. I'm frightened for standard for if Nadir will be able to have a spot, but I think he's awesome. So I'm hoping there's a good competitive build for him. He's also one of the hardest decks I feel like to pilot. There's a lot of different knobs you can twist. Good defensive stats from the Reika Investor. The 0 and water doesn't matter much when you're defending against mountain and forest, and still able to advance on forest if it comes to it. This 7/4/7 is going to be tough. Does still have the ability. Okay, this could be Angry Mob or Angry Crowd rare. The Angry Crowd rare would destroy the charitable Reika and get a mana seed back. That's the 4 cost that I think. Yep, there we go. You know, you're normally hoping to get a little. You get a lot of value off that Angry Crowd, but because it was targeting a fleeting character and your discard, you're not getting as much value off of your discard as if it was not fleeting. But still, you needed to do that to survive. 5 mana left for Bozhen Tarun when you count the mana seeds. Son of Naos is threatening, but doesn't like to think about, but doesn't do anything with the reunions on board. This is actually Matt's is now getting into a good spot. Because the 2 reunions have not been used yet. And even if you flore to exhaust one of the reunions, the other one still beats the flore. I'm not really sure if there's anything Tarun can do this turn that really matters on the board. Because Newton's Law still, whatever 3 costs you play, it would have to be like Daughter of Yggdrasil and Newton's Law. But that would still probably just get beaten by the by the 2 reunions. I guess you can hope that, because Newton's Law is still able to be played. So you're playing the Argonomist here, hoping that the opponent stacks up enough boosts on one character, probably this Ortis Taurus, for your Newton's Law to send them to reserve and win you the game. Now, in order to play around this, you boost the 2 Ortis recruits, and they'll be at 5. If one of these boosts goes onto the Ortis Taurus, then a Newton's Law will win Boshen the game. Well, not necessarily. No, it wouldn't, because they would have 3 mana seeds left to just play Lewis Sullivan. Yeah. Oh, no, but they've passed. They've passed. And now, you're face to face with 2 reunions, and you're like, why was I ever worried? Well, quite the comeback from Mats. Again, it's not over. It's not over, but it's definitely Matt's favorite at this moment. Especially because one of the stronger cards we've seen being used in Tarun matches recently is that Son of Neos. But Matt's actually has removal. We saw 1 rare angry crowd. So there's up to 2 more. And that can just get rid of the Son of Neos that, you are trying to build up as one of the best ways to create a giant board. And you're getting like full value off of your permanents because you just discarded the Lectern, which gave you a recruit. No, Mats has not used either common Angry Crowd. We've only seen the 1 rare Angry Crowd so far. I would not be surprised if at least one of them is in mana. If I had to guess, 1 common Angry Crowd is in mana, 1 is in the rare is in the discard because we've seen it, and then it's really whether the last one is in hand or is still in the 12 cards in deck. But even then, you have the Consulate giving you another recruit. You have 9 stats from your landmarks currently. Only 2 of which are locked to I guess 4 of which are locked towards specific expeditions. So this expedition should have 2/2 2/2 more, and this one should also have 2/2 more, and then 5 that can be distributed amongst the expeditions as you see fit. Son of Neos. 4 mana remaining for the Tarun after this. Oh, and it looks like they decided not to let the match draw a card. Interesting. Now, okay, so they're leaving open 5 mana, making sure that they can Angry Crowd. I am going to assume that there's an Angry Crowd here. The I think the Tarun is going to soul encounter the Son of Naos. That's why they have 3 mana up. Yeah. I think you put 1 on the Argonomist by itself and 3 on the Son of Naos. Alright, going full greed. Yep, that's it. That's game. I guess the 1 on the Argonomist didn't really matter because of the landmarks. But that is one of our top 4 matches. Let me check and see how the other one, where the other one is at. So we have 1 Mats in finals. Where? I have to look through all the ones that are also just here, let me cut to this. I have to look through all the standard games as well to try and find this. Oh, no, it looks like Tessio. And that was our Tarun. So Tarun won the top Tarun versus Matt's matchup, while Matt's won the bottom. So we will be seeing in the finals a Matt's and Tarun, another Matt's and Tarun game. Let's see when I will. Wait, Matt's is a finals is a Matt's mirror? I thought Tessio. I thought Tessio was on. Oh no. Yeah, no, we were watching Aomine versus Bosshead. Yeah, because Tessio was in the Tessio Thaddeus Tarun mirror match. Now I'm just waiting for them to actually make the game. Let me see if there's any update on it's interesting. I don't know how other people in the community feel. I felt that there was a lot of conversation going into like this weekend about Matt's being the most powerful deck, and people were talking about Tarun a lot as well. But then I felt throughout the day, I saw like Tarun dominance overall. So it's interesting to see a Tarun and Matt's final. See who ends up coming out on top. This will mean that these players are also both locked for prizing. Because they are top of faction. So the finals doesn't matter. There is no prizing for first and second. There's only prizing for top of faction. And because this is not a mirror match, there is no game deciding factor to it. Still, this is for glory. This is for bragging rights, which is arguably more important than the base material goods of uniques and what else? And the box topper. This is Muna versus Ordis. This is the groundhog seeing its shadow. Will we finally be able to have a Muna spring, or is there 4 more months of Ordis winter? That's what this game is really about. It's all decided on this demo deck tournament. So the last 2 games we've seen have been Mats versus Tarun. And what we saw in the last game is that we saw Tarun get an early start, but then be unable to keep up the pace as we went into the later game. Had a really good start and then really petered out at the end. And then the game before that, we saw Mats kind of get. Now it might be misremembering games. We saw Tarun barely start with any pressure, and then Mats just steamrolled. We need to see Tarun get some early aggression on. So a couple early double advancements, I feel like, in order to really take this game. Or we need to see Mats be unable to get their reunion out, because that is the key card of the matchup for them. Okay. This should be an easy 1-for-1, but it is reducing the card advantage that is afforded to Tarun. Charitable Rick is fine. Is there any way that they advance? Oh, no. Just going to try and keep some card advantage up by not playing a card they don't have to. And the Charitable Reka in great stats. Both sides, mono water and mono forest. So can easily go in either expedition and work offensively and defensively. Mats still has good stats for either one, but the Adamant Receptionist would likely go into the Hero Expedition, whereas the Reka Investor would go into the Companion. We're also trying to see if Mats will be able to get a second or third landmark out. There will most likely be a second because of the Reka Investor, although if it would be either way, because the only removal Tarun has is Newton's Law, which would push Reka Investor out of the expedition, but would also reward or gift the opponent a mana seed. So there is a mana seed coming either way from the Newton's Law or from the At Dusk ability of the Reka Investor. So there will be 2 out of the 3. Mats needs to start getting his engines going. Although we would like to see a Lectern out in order to start sacrificing and building up. The Okay, just another charitable Reika. Interesting. I do think kind of going. Uh, you. I guess you're worried that if you play the charitable Reika on the other side, then the adamant receptionist comes out and just blocks you and no one moves. And Tarun is the aggressor in this matchup. So they do need to make sure that they at least go 1-for-1. And with the way that the board was kind of situated, it would make it hard for Tarun to really threaten anything other than a 1-for-1. Bam. Hard casting reunion. Okay. Now this could easily be I normally when you see a 6 cost landmark come out, you're like, oh wait, there's no way that I don't get a double advance. But I think the burrowing noose to after you is very good. Make the mats have to display where they want their where they're putting their stats, because they can discard these mana seeds and play the receptionist to strengthen their board on the hero side. Okay, all right. This might be this could be a 2-for-1 for Tarun. I don't think that there's any card at 3 cost that would stop. Oh, Soul Encounter. Never mind. Soul Encounter will stop it. All 4 boosts on the Noosh. I was thinking of Depang rare, which would be 4/3/4 and still allow Mats to advance on Mountain. But that will be a good double advance for Tarun. This is what Tarun needs to see. Although, you know, Mats already has their first reunion out, which has to be scary. You just kind of have to hope that they don't draw the second one, because once you have 2 reunions out, I think it's that's the point where it becomes almost impossible, I feel like, for Tarun to come back, just because that's so many free stats. That's 888 in free stats every day. So I could see Matt's just Matt's hard casting another reunion would be scary. Just because Tarun is wow. Okay. They're saying you can't win this turn. I'm going for the Naos. Wow. I'm going to make it so you can't win this turn, and then I'm just going to try and outvalue you for the rest of the game. That's a bold move. I think that they have the opportunity to do that now. Last game when we were talking about the Naos, I believe Tarun was already touching, and so they had no opportunity to really play the Naos and not fear that they would get advanced on. But this means that Tarun cannot win this turn. Tarun can only single advance through the Companion Expedition. And you still have 7 mana, although you did lose the 4 free stats that Reunion is would have offered you. And so Mats can just like fully combat the companion side and really just try to slow the game down. Crazed Ape, as someone who's played a good amount of Mats, what do you feel about that play? I was initially pretty hesitant on it, but the more I think about it, the more I kind of like it. I don't know. I value Reunion so much, but I think we're just like, all right, we're gonna outvalue you. And it kind of makes me feel like there's another there might be another reunion in hand that can be utilized next turn. Ooh, that's actually really good. The Son of Neos, because uh, that's good for Mats to see. Because the Son of Neos, the main draw of it is that it's gigantic. But the gigantic means nothing in this moment. Okay. Now, what I would most want here is an Ortis Trooper. Because then I get to keep both mana seeds, but unfortunately, no. I'm guessing an Ortis Tourist. Oh, or just the Reika. Yeah, this'll. Oh yeah, that'll be a double advance. Whoo! That is a strong. That was a strong move, and I think it's going to pay off for them. Okay. So they can draw a card, create the 2 mana seeds, then sacrifice the consulate for a reunion. They should be able to stack it that way. Yeah, yeah. I wasn't sure about the timing on that, but it does seem based off of the way everything's formatted, you should be able to do that. Sacrifice the consulate, play the reunion. We feel golden as Mats now. And it's not like Tessero can feel that great, or Tessio can feel that great about playing Son of Neos, because we have good removal in our deck. We have not seen any Angry Crowd. We've seen one Adamant Receptionist, so one Sabotage gone. Tarun's in a rough spot. Wow. And the problem with Son of Neos is you also might be drawing them into the removal. And no mana seeds for Tarun means that their mana curve is much tighter this turn. Just a little after you. Maybe baiting Tessio into playing the Soul Encounter on the Neos. And then hitting with the Angry Crowd. it. I always love high power, like gameplay. So there's a lot of times I didn't like playing with the original starter decks because they felt too weak for me. But it's like, show me what the game can really do if I'm learning the game. Show me what's broken. But it is nice seeing like an underpowered format and just the decisions that sort of arise uh from that, lower floor of power, or lower ceiling of power. And here it is. Here's the angry crowd calling it. Yep. Even has the ability, if they want, to set up another consulate. Nope. I was going to say, setting up another consulate would allow them to sacrifice into the another reunion if they were able to find their third reunion. Is there a reason? Is there like a bug happening? Oh, did they not put the proper stats up on the hero expedition? I missed it. I just assumed that they had everything. I thought it was like some bug with the Naos or something. Ah, that's well, that's keeping this game competitive. You know, giving Tarun a little bit of a lifeline. Lectern, Lectern coming out for a Lectern. It creates in order to recruit. It resupplies. Oh, Consortium, a card. Consortium, a card. I feel like is okay in mats. I feel like you don't really use it that much. I feel like you'd much rather have the consulate than the consortium. Consortium, probably the most important card in the Della deck, but kind of an afterthought in mats, at least in this version. So the resupply will be able to give 2 boosts to either that Kikimora or the Adamant Receptionist. Yes. Some heroes have to pay for their landmarks. Or just over here getting to play them for free. That's not actually not even true. Aomine, I think in both games that we watched, hard cast their first reunion. And that, to me, I was like, that's insane. But it worked out well for them both times. I guess a little worried about Newton's law. Yep. Um. Still, I think this is just a double advance. Yeah, because you're already advancing on water in companion, and then you just if he remembers to reunion this time. He did it. He did it. All right. Still could play one more thing if they wanted to just fully block out the companion side. But on the board right now, we have our winner. We have the winner of the demo deck tournament is MT1 Aomine on Mats and Hive. Congratulations to them. Uh, yeah, I mean it was a great game. It was a great day of games, and it was great watching how well these decks were already piloted by some of these players. Uh, Given that we had, like, I don't know, what do we have? A week and a half on these decks or something? Um, and these decks, are going away. They're not going away. You can still play with these demo decks whenever you want on BGA, but the most players will be moving on to standard and creating their own versions of these heroes. It was great to see the community so excited about the set. I believe, I'm not sure what exactly the numbers were. I know Erlea said that more players had signed up for this than the Skybound Odyssey tournament. I'm not sure if players dropped in the morning, so I don't know what the final player count was, if it matched that or exceeded that. But there's definitely a lot of hype and interest around this tournament, and I think that's good going into the not only into the next set, but the game found for the set after, where we need to have momentum for the for the game to continue to do okay, to be able to survive and continue getting more and more sets. I want to thank all of you who watch at any point. If you're watching this on the VOD, then cool. And I hope each and every one of you is excited to play with Seeds of Unity when you get the chance. Hopefully it's sooner rather than later. I know that the delays are affecting different places around the world, but I want this community to experience this set and this game for all the wonderfulness that is coming in the future. That's a lot of words. I'm a bit tired. I've been commentating for most of the day. So maybe it didn't make sense, but I still wanted to say it. All right. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going to head out, and I hope to see you again soon. Thanks.